States and Israel because they violate every agreement they sign. And that's exactly what happened yet again. Ask Native Americans what it's like signing agreements with the U.S. government. They know that the U.S. government can never be trusted because what the U.S. government wants is not peace, it's hegemony, it's complete dominance over this very important geostrategic region, the Middle East. East, or better term, is West Asia. It goes without saying that many of the world's largest producers of oil and natural gas are in this region. The U.S. wants to control all of those resources, and in particular, the U.S. empire is waging a new Cold War against China, and the U.S. wants to cut off China from its most important sources of energy, which is also why the U.S. invaded Venezuela and kidnapped Venezuela's president. It's not a coincidence that more than 80% of Venezuela's oil exports were going to China. And by the way, China also buys about 80% of Iran's oil exports. And China is the largest importer of oil on earth and the number one purchaser of oil from the Persian Gulf region. China buys a lot of oil from Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the UAE, Kuwait, Iran, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain. The U.S. wants to control all of this so U.S. corporations can profit and exploit them, and the U.S. wants to cut off China from this energy as the U.S. prepares for a future war with China to do the same thing to China that it's trying to do to Iran, to have total global domination and global hegemony to restore the unipolar global order. That is the goal of the U.S. empire. By the way, this is currently what Donald Trump is doing to Cuba. The U.S. empire is trying to crush Cuba with an oil blockade, starving the country of fuel to try to collapse the economy to overthrow the government. And Trump said, he admitted, they want a takeover of Cuba. So we see how the U.S. empire is using access to oil and other natural resources as a geopolitical weapon to overthrow governments it doesn't like, to impose global hegemony. And when we look at the Middle East, West Asia, this extremely important region, Israel plays the key role as an extension of the U.S. empire, as an outpost, a beachhead of the U.S. empire. Netanyahu himself boasted that Israel is a mighty aircraft carrier of the U.S., an unsinkable aircraft carrier. And by the way, Netanyahu is an American.
Those words will bite him.
He had U.S. citizenship twice. He only gave up his citizenship in order to become the prime minister of Israel. He was educated and spent the most formative years of his life in the U.S. He worked in Boston with Mitt Romney and other Republicans. He's been a friend of Trump for decades. He is an American settler colonialist in West Asia who is trying to colonize the region on behalf of the U.S. empire. And Iran is the biggest obstacle to U.S. imperial control of one of the most important regions on earth. Never forget that back in 1951, Iran had a democratically elected prime minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, who was not a communist. He was not even a socialist. He was a left-wing nationalist who nationalized the oil of Iran. He said, our oil belongs to us, not to British and American corporations. So what happened? In 1953, the US and the UK carried out a coup d'etat. The CIA and Britain's intelligence service, MI6, organized a coup d'etat that overthrew the democratically elected Prime Minister Mossadegh. And the US put in power the Shah, a king, a monarch, a dictator. The US does not care.
Hi, Mina from Greece. Hi, Albert.
None of this has to do with democracy. This is imperialism. The US wants to put in power a puppet who will govern Iran on behalf of the U.S. empire and allow U.S. corporations to exploit Iran's natural resources and to exploit the labor of the Iranian people. If you listen to the rhetoric of imperial planners in Washington, they used to talk about how Iran was part of their so-called twin pillars strategy. The U.S. empire tried to control the Middle East, West Asia, with two pillars. The Western pillar was Saudi Arabia, and the Eastern pillar was Iran. However, in 1979, the people of Iran rose up in a revolution and they overthrew the Shah, the US-backed dictator, and they had an anti-colonial revolution and created a new government. And the US empire lost one pillar of its so-called twin pillar strategy, and ever since then, the US empire has been desperately trying to overthrow Iran's revolutionary government. This is why the US government ironically supported Saddam Hussein's Iraq in the 1980s after Iraq invaded Iran in a war of aggression and tried to overthrow Iran's new revolutionary government. And the CIA supported Saddam Hussein as he used chemical weapons and gassed people in Iran. Because again, the US does not care one bit about democracy or human rights or any of that propagandistic nonsense. This is about imperialism. And the strategy of the US empire today is very clear. Washington wants to install another puppet in Tehran. And who's the puppet the US is supporting? None other than the so-called crown prince, the fail son of the former US-backed dictator, the Shah. And the former Israeli intelligence officer, Barak Ravid, who rebranded as a journalist after working for Israeli intelligence agencies, he reported that the Trump administration has been secretly meeting with the so-called Iranian exiled crown prince, in scare quotes, and expressing support for him to try to put him in power as a puppet. Let's keep in mind, this guy has never had a real job. His entire life, which, by the way, he spent most of his life living in the United States, working closely with the US government to try to overthrow Iran's government. And now that the US and Israel are waging another war of aggression against Iran, this fake so-called crown prince, Reza Pahlavi, went on Twitter and he called on the people of Iran to overthrow the Iranian government with the support of the US so they can put this puppet in power. He said, quote, "The aid the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. This is a humanitarian intervention," end quote. He said, quote, "The Islamic Republic is collapsing," end quote. And he sent a message to the military, police, and security forces. He said, quote, "Join the people and help bring about a stable and secure transition. Otherwise, you will go down with Khamenei's sinking ship and his regime," end quote. That's a threat. This puppet of the US is saying that they will eliminate any members of the military, police, and security forces
Hi,
who
Fernando.
refuse to be puppets and commit treason and work with the US and Israel to overthrow their government. And if you want an idea of what the US would like to do to Iran, look at what the US empire did to Syria. For years, the US government spent billions of dollars arming and training extremists to overthrow the Syrian government. And in late 2024, they succeeded. And who took over Syria? None other than the former leader of Al-Qaeda, after the US media whitewashed this extremist who, again, was literally the leader of Al-Qaeda. And now he's being invited to the White House to meet with Donald Trump. This former leader of Al-Qaeda, who declared himself the dictator of Syria, he never was elected. He has no democratic mandate. This is exactly what the US wants to repeat in Iran. The US empire wants an obedient puppet who will sell his country's natural resources to US corporations for pennies on the dollar, help the US buy up the country, and allow the US and Israel to control the entire region to eliminate all opposition. That's what this is actually about. It's about hegemony, dominance, exploitation, imperialism. It has nothing to do with nuclear weapons or democracy or human rights or any of that propagandistic nonsense. So keep that in mind when you listen to Western corporate media outlets simply regurgitate the lies coming from the White House. And if you want to be informed about what's actually happening, make sure you subscribe to our work here at Geopolitical Economy Report. We will be analyzing the latest development. That's what this is actually about. It's about hegemony, dominance, exploitation, imperialism. It has nothing to do with nuclear weapons or democracy or human rights or any of that propagandistic nonsense. So keep that in mind when you listen to Western corporate media outlets simply regurgitate the lies coming from the White House. And if you want to be informed about what's actually happening, make sure you subscribe to our work here at Geopolitical Economy Report. We will be analyzing the latest developments, and we will cut through the Western media's propagandistic narrative.
So that is something, the U.S. struck Iran on a preemptive strike. If you wanna attack somebody, that's the way to do it. Okay, you always do the preemptive strike. You pretend you're peaceful, and then you strike them in the middle of the night when they're not aware that you're going to strike them. That has always been the best tactic to win over your enemy. When they think that you've cooled off, you're no longer a threat, bam. Okay, you put your knives out, you attack. So I mean, you have to give credit where it's due. They attacked Iran very, very quickly, and they took, they killed their leader. But they didn't do it to save the Muslim women. They're going to tell you they did it to save the Muslim women because they have been oppressed. They have to wear their hijab. No. That they're doing it so that they can spread Christianity to all those Muslims going to hell. Okay. They're gonna tell you that shit. Okay? They want the oil. Okay, they want the oil. They want to control the oil so that they stop China from developing and coming and becoming the global power, because if they don't do that, China will overtake the US, and they don't want that, because the US wants to control the whole of the world and all the resources as much as it can get, so that the billionaires get richer and everybody else on the planet works for them. Simple math. But I know you go to church on Sunday and the pastor tells you, we are going to spread Christianity to those poor, forgotten souls of Iran that are going to hell. For you who like that Kool-Aid, that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna believe, right? It's a greedy empire that wants all the resources. You don't want to see that, but especially the American people, they have to believe this, because if there is a war, they're going to send their children to fight for these billionaires so that they expand their oil. That's what they did to Venezuela. They want the oil in that region. They don't want Venezuela selling oil to China and stuff like that, because they don't want China to develop. But, they're going to sell you whatever BS that's going to blind you from doing that, so that you can take your children as sacrifices to join the war, and they're going to be maimed, and they're going to have all this post-traumatic stress, trauma. They will sell the war to you. So I try to educate you, because part of maintaining a good mental health here is understanding your environment, right? You need to understand your environment. That way you don't fall. The game being played on people. People gotta wake up here very quickly. Yeah. Richard Moorhead is saying, first, Trump should send Barron. Barron is not going to war. For who? You're going to war for Barron, okay? You're going to war for Barron so that he can inherit the oil fields of Iran, okay? That's what you're going to fight for. He's not gonna get sunburnt. Have you seen how soft he is? He's not gonna get sunburnt for you. Tuko says, um, cruel world we live in. Well, it is what it is, right? The winners take it all and the losers will stand small, right? And it's all about power. Um, you never know what would happen if China was to be the one in hegemony, right? We know what the US is after. Is after the resources and preserving its power. Um, you know, because we all know dynasties, they rise and they fall, and we are seeing the US try to protect its hegemony, to protect its empire, to take out its enemies in the Middle East so that it can control their resources and put up puppets in those regions so that they open the door for the US to come and exploit their resources and their manpower. Right? Um, David, hi David. Nice to see you. Nice to see you guys. Thanks for liking, thanks for subscribing. This is Post-Traumatic Bliss. Eating foods with clean hands offers a range of potential digestive and psychological sensory benefits. You know, the same goes with cooking your food, because when you're cooking your food, you get to smell the food, you get to touch the food, you get to tell your enzymes to prepare for digestion, instead of just going to a restaurant and just picking food and eating. You know, when you're interacting with your food, when you're preparing, you're touching your food, you're smelling your food, you're preparing psychologically to enjoy the meal. It's a traditional practice in many cultures, particularly India, that encourages a deeper connection with a meal. That's really nice. Exactly. Could you please stop asking stalker questions, chat? Thank you, Richard, right? A lot of people, thanks, Richard. This is what a lot of people, we live in a in a world where there's so many useless people, and it doesn't surprise me. That's the reason we have there's so many problems that we are able to get without without a lot of people trying to solve the problem or what's going on. People are not able to have a conversation. People pretend they don't want to know what's going on, that it somehow is irrelevant to them. You wonder why it's happening if it's so irrelevant, right? Uh, Cereal too. Yeah, people don't want to know what's going on, right? Um, Aaron Byron, what are you talking about? Jake, what are you talking about? What's up? I'm doing good. Shout out to Zito Lopez. Nice to see you again. Right? So in the world today, like when things happen, ask yourself why they are happening. Do you really think the US is out there trying to preserve the rights of women in Iran? No. They are not out there to protect the people of Iran, to give them freedom. They want the resources and the power and control over that region. Don't kid yourself. They are not there to spread the gospel. They don't care whether you believe in God or the devil. Please, they don't care. They don't care. Please, my only hope is like, don't believe the lies, okay? Don't believe the lies. Understandably, the Iranians, they don't like Khamenei. For some reason, they didn't like him. They don't like the leader. So I hear they're out there celebrating that Khamenei is gone, but He probably was an awful leader, but he was protecting his country from outside enemies like the US. He was trying to protect his country from the US. But I don't think Iranians saw it that way. They're happy he's dead. So they will get a leader that the US likes. And trust me, if the US likes your president, that's not a good thing. If the US likes your president, it's not a good thing. It means that they have bought your president and your resources, and yeah, and you're cooked. That's what it means. That is what it means. It's a sad reality to swallow, but it's true. Yeah, what you want is the people of the country to like their president. No one who kills them. You know, why would you like President Trump is liked by half of the country. Let's say he's liked by half of the country. So he is pretty popular, right? The people of Iran, they're out there celebrating the death of their president. That is to show they did not like their president. Maybe he wasn't protecting. I don't know what he wasn't doing, right? But it's not like I would like to go to live in Iran, right? I'm a woman and I don't think they have rights that protect women, especially black women. So altogether, I really don't care for this war, right? Like, if your enemies are fighting each other, let them, okay? That's, I don't care. I don't care, right? If people want to destroy each other right now, don't bring the war to Africa. Just keep doing whatever you want to do with each other. Right now, yeah, now that he killed the Iranian leader, I think Trump's his ratings will go significantly up, because now everybody is saying how, he has actually done a good job for the US to take out a strong leader in the Middle East. And now the US has a chance of getting the oil in the Middle East, right? Because if it controls Iran, the US has done a good strategic move. Right now, it only needs to put in a puppet president that will do whatever Donald Trump and the CIA and Netanyahu tells it to do. If it says give us 50% of your oil, they have to give it to the US companies, right? That's what they just gotta do. So strategically, right, it's a win for the US. A big win for the US. I'm not French. I'm Kenyan. I'm African. So it's a big win. Big win for the US. Yeah, they're going to start getting a dig of those Middle Eastern resources. That region has a lot of oil, right? So that's what the billionaires want. They want more oil so that they can control the operations here in the US. Oil is money and control and power. And, the US has always wanted to control those countries that will push back, like Libya got away, took the leader away. Syria took the leader away. Iraq took the leader away. Iran now took the leader away. It's doing good. it's chipping at that territory. It's a good dig, right? Putting Israel. So yeah, the US wants the resources of that region, and as much as Iranians, they don't like their leader Khamenei. He was there to protect them from the US, but you never know the value of something until you lose it. um, so so yeah, they're out there celebrating. Like, the US companies are there celebrating with them, because now they have a way to get into the Iranian people and their minds and spread Christianity, spread the US values, and take oil and resources and manpower. As that is how it feels to be dominated. that is that is being dominated. So don't kid yourself. Like the US is not out there to help preserve the human rights. If the US was very interested in preserving the human rights, it would start here in the US. Okay, it would do a better job here. Yeah. So yeah. Yep. Let me know your thoughts, what you think. Um, what do you mean, how much for my teeth? My teeth are real. These are real teeth. I don't buy teeth. Okay. Oh, God. Hi, Cyclides. Nice to see you again. Like, subscribe, and like. Today we are reacting to the new political, to the Iran. That's a huge thing, right? Iran, the killing of Iran's president, supreme leader Khamenei, Ali Khamenei. You don't, you drink too much tea. I mean, I take coffee. I take a lot of, I don't take coffee. And I rarely take tea. These days I'm taking cocoa, hot chocolate. That's what I'm taking. I guess but my teeth I've always had a beautiful smile. Okay, people have always told me I have a beautiful smile and beautiful eyes. That's all about that. People say I'm beautiful. My teeth look perfect. Thank you. Thank you, bag of Dorito 250. Right? Yeah. Saini Hamani, and that's the reason I think some of us choose to live in the US, because we know the US is going to destroy other countries to take all their resources. So you kind of be like, okay, let me stay here so that they do the war and I benefit. And I benefit, right? Because whenever they vote the right is now going to use diplomacy. The Democrats will use democracy so that they can get the resources they want from other countries, and they're going to enhance trade agreements so that they can get the thing that they want, right? But the right will always use aggression. So it's usually sticks versus carrots, right? Trump is using sticks. Like, he doesn't want diplomacy. He violated the nuclear deal with Iran because he doesn't want diplomacy, and backtracked on the agreements that the US had made with Iran, because they don't care. They don't honor their agreements. They will violate their agreements. They don't. The only reason that they put on those agreements is to buy time so that they can strike you. That's how it goes. I'm not to be traded, Anthony, right? I'm not to be traded. Like, you can't buy me, bring me to Australia. Like, I don't fucking care about Australia, okay? I'm single, but I am not looking for, this is, this is the nonsense you deal with as a woman. Like, you think I'm just looking for places to go. I have a country. I come from Kenya, right? I can always go back to Kenya. There are very handsome men in Kenya. If I really wanted a man, right? They're there, okay? There is African man somewhere with full of testosterone, okay? If I really wanted a man, you think I can go to LA and find a fine black man? Or I gotta go all the way to Australia for you? Hi, Kolivenko from Spain. Hi, Yelson. Anyways, what? Guys, welcome to Post-Traumatic Bliss. Today I got backtracked by what's happening with Khamenei, but we talk about mental health here, okay? Hey JC, you're inviting me to Hawaii. Are you serious? Because I might just come to Hawaii, okay? Hawaii is like one of the best places to ever be. So yeah, let's connect. I might actually just come to Hawaii. I love Hawaii. Okay, I'm just doing great. I came from church. I usually go to church to hear what what the pastors are lying to people about. The pastor I went to today, he was happy about the whole Iranian crisis, and he was saying, oh, the poor people of Iran, we will take the gospel to them. They can now know about Jesus. This is the American BS they feed the flock, okay? This is the bullshit they feed the flock, okay? This war is not to spread Christianity. This war is to steal resources from the Iranian people, okay? And Iranians, they have their own Muslim culture. They do not need Christianity to be part of their culture. They got their culture, right? MN, love from Israel. Nice to see you, MN. Welcome to Post-Traumatic Bliss. Tell us what is happening with Israel right now. Are you safe? Are you safe back in Israel? If anybody is in Iran, tell us if you're safe in Iran. What's going on? Amen. Are you safe? Good to hear that you're safe. Um, that will never happen. The country is very extreme, and change, while it is possible, will be extremely low. Hi, good evening. Blessings from Trinidad. We have Trinidad people here. We have Israeli people here. We have people from all over the world. Amen says they have protected rooms and they are prepared. You know, this war has begun. It's going to hurt a lot of people. It's going to hurt a lot of people. It is what it is, okay? It is what it is. You know, there are people who are going to lose lives all over the world because of this. Yeah, but this war is about resources. The US wants the oil in that region and they want to control that region. And they just want power and dominance over the resources of the Middle East. And the way they're going to do it, Jim Wilson is asking if I'm ready to be your life coach. I am your life coach. I'm Coach Kanini, right? The only way they can justify this war is to tell you that Iranians are terrible people. They have a terrible leader. If Iranians don't allow the US to dominate them, they are going to start spreading lies about Iranian people. Okay, this is just how the war goes. Okay, the psychological war, there is what they feed you on the media, and then there is taking their resources. Okay, they are going to, like, is the narrative that the US is going to feed you that they are God's chosen people, Israel is God's chosen people, and the Muslims, they are worshiping the devil and they need to be taken over. They have bad practices, they need better governance. It's just the BS that they're going to is what they sell. But they want the oil and the resources for the greedy corporations. That's the end of the story. The world will never be the same. All religion is man-made and it's evil. And I think it's evil mostly because they don't want you to think for yourself and reason for yourself and come up with your own way of thinking. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, in trying to preserve the American white supremacy and Christian nationalism, I think Donald Trump is doing a good job so far. I think his ratings will go up, right? Because that's the group that he wants to protect, and that's the group that put him in power, and that's the group that he's fighting for. So in that way, right? In that way, Alan, right? He's trying to preserve white supremacy and Christian nationalism. In that way, he's succeeding, I guess. You know, he toppled the Venezuelan president, Khamenei gone. That's working. Sandam, what did you say? Let me go back. Where am I from? Guess. Collie says Donald Trump is very stupid. How? He did a preemptive strike. I think that was a brilliant move, okay? Not that I support the war at all, but if you're going to go at war with your enemies, a preemptive strike is clearly a good move. Most was a religion based, although all through history, Greece, Egypt, Rome, Babylon, so on. Yep, yep, yep. Yusuf Abdallah Sam, nice to see you again. Hello, hello. King Sama, who cares about the president of Venezuela? Well, the US cares who is the president of Venezuela, because if they have a puppet president in Venezuela, they can take their resources. You may not care. War is good because when you win, you get to take other people's resources like oil. Okay? You get to use people's, other countries' people and their energy and their infrastructure to build your own country. Okay? So war is good if you go to war and win and you're able to take resources from another country. It's very good. Hello, Mickey. Greetings from Serbia. You are so beautiful. You see, this is a very international stream. Serbia here in the house. Guys, make sure you're liking and hitting the subscribe button. You think I'm from Nigeria? Okay, Nigeria has one of the most beautiful African women, but I'm not from Nigeria. I'm from the most educated African country, so think about that one. I'm not saying I like war. I'm saying war has a purpose. Okay? Whenever you see people going into war, is because somebody wants the resources of another country. Okay? And they are betting if they succeed, it's going to be payday for them. So don't say war is useless. War is not useless. If war was useless, we would not have it. The reason people go to war is so that they can control resources, natural resources for money, and also so they can take other people's women. And there's reasons why people go to war, okay? Don't say war is useless, because that is a lack of critical thinking. Hi, JC, nice to see you. Shout out to JC. Shout out to Mafia Jaga. Mafia knows where I'm from. Sickly D says taking Venezuela is a step towards taking Mexico. It's called maintaining US supremacy. That's what it's about. Yeah, I talk too much? Yes. You gotta talk too much. If you're going to have a channel and you want people to come and talk and interact, you better talk. Okay? You can't just sit there and not talk to people. Bottom room finished. What are you talking about, Dijan? Sandam Ranjana, this is my last guess. Are you from South Africa? Mafia already said where I'm from. Sandan, you did not read his comments? Scroll up. See where Mafia says I'm from. And in Israel, we receive notification 7 minutes before missiles arrive. And that's how we know when to go to shelter. I mean, do you want to... I don't want to live in a country where I have to shelter, like I might be struck by a missile. I don't want to live in survival mode like that. You know, I just don't want to survive life like that. Like, I cannot have the peace of mind that I'll go walk by the beach and be happy and not worry about somebody trying to maim me or whatever. You know, amen, if you can, like, come to the US or go somewhere elsewhere. You don't have to worry about that shit. All right? I just don't think psychologically it's a good way to live your life. Like, people around the world don't have to worry about that. Tonight, when you go to bed, you will dream a place with gold. But remember, it's not all about you to have become president and help your people. I don't want to become president of anywhere, okay? So, I don't want to become president. Hell no. I don't want to become anybody president. Okay? It's not my dream. I don't want it. Presidents around the world, they don't want to help their people. Okay? I don't think they want to help their people. For me, I don't hate. Honestly, for me, I don't hate people. I don't think that's a good way to hate people, whether it's Israelis, Muslims, black, white. I just don't think that's a good way to live out your life. Life is a gift, and I don't like living my life like fighting other people. You know, people are out here fighting for money, fighting for resources, killing other people for money, right? It's all about money, land, grabbing, wanting more and more and more. And like, there are people who are greedy like that, right? You know, they don't care whether they kill children. I think this is what a lot of people, it's not like they hate Israelis, they hate what the government is doing. And there's a big difference, right? If I meet somebody from Israel down the street, they are not killing anybody, but is what the government is doing, that is what people don't like. So just know, people don't hate people, just like, people don't hate you because you're a Jew or you're Israeli or whatever. They just don't like what the government is doing, because they know the government is doing so that it can grab land, yeah, out of just wanting to grab land for itself, right? It's just the greed that's behind it, but it's politics. But you know, and it's not the Israeli government is not is not the only hated government in the world. If you ask Kenya, where I'm from, we don't like our government, okay, because the government is corrupt. I don't have to be I can be Kenyan and criticize my government. I can be in the US and still criticize the US government. Doesn't mean I hate Americans. Doesn't mean I hate, you know, like people in Israel or Jews. Doesn't mean I hate people. I don't go about my day hating people. I don't even have the time and the energy to hate people. I have a busy life, okay? I got bills. I need to pay, I need to go to work, I need to pay my bills. Like, I don't have time to hate people, okay? I may not agree with what their governments do. I may not support them, right? But I don't hate. I think it takes a very less person to hate other people. I can feel sorry, you know, I can feel sorry for Israelis and living in Israel, because they have to be bombarded by the threat of being hit by missiles. I can feel sorry for them, but I can't do anything about it. The same way I can feel sorry for the kids in Palestine, because, you know, they are starving and they don't have doctors and they're also being maimed. I can feel sorry for that. I can pray for world peace, that people are not greedy, that leaders are less greedy, that they are able to work together. You can pray for that, but what are you gonna do if people still wanna choose leaders that cause war and go to war instead of leaders who want to promote world peace? What are you gonna do? Mr. Wilson 33, right? I went to school for business. I have a master's in business, right? The Bible says, above all, guard your heart. Guard your heart, right? Because if you let greed to control your heart, you lose your humanity. And from your heart, everything in life flows, right? From your very heart, everything else in life flows. So if you are, if greed is the thing that is controlling my heart, then the decisions I make for my life will be controlled by greed. Um, if hatred is what is going to consume my heart, then the decisions I make will be based off of that hatred, because whatever is in your heart controls your life. Whatever is in your heart controls your life. And the mouth talks about what is in your heart. That is why you should listen to people, because from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. If the mouth talks hatred, if the mouth speaks vengeance, if the mouth speaks revenge, killing people, that's what is in the heart. That is what is in the heart. But the Bible says, guard your heart. You go about learning how to guard your heart. Um, my name is Kanini Elvis Guy Hamless Sabatista. Hello, Will. Hello, Patrick. Yeah, today we're just reacting to the new politics. I mean, we live in a political world, and part of you maintaining your own mental health is understanding your environment. Understand your environment, but don't get consumed by the environment, right? Can I ask you one personal goal you have this year? Or personal goal I have this year is I have a lot of personal goals. I'm learning to play the guitar. So I'm learning how to play the guitar. That's one of my personal goals. Wilson wants to improve his cardiovascular activity. Hi, Omar or Mohammed. Nice to see you. Hi, Gideon Palm. Nice to see you. Hello. Mohammed Defitri. Find in any tool how to sayahada. What is sayahada? Am I a model? No, I'm not a model. Is this what you want in life? What do you mean? I said this year I want to play the guitar. Dejan, too much. MH, cheeky accent. I'm doing today, Gideon. I'm doing well. Alex. Hi, Alex. Cyclides, yes. What's your email again? I lost where I saved it before. Yeah, and it's not you, because I was checking my post-traumatic, Monica at post-traumatic bliss and .com yesterday for some reason, and the domain was out. You can send me an email at reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com. reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com. Send me an email, reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com, and I'll probably see it. You can get my WhatsApp number for now. If you send me an email, I can give you my WhatsApp number here for everybody. But I am only helping people who, I am only giving my WhatsApp number to my clients, people who are taking my post-traumatic bliss class. If you're not a client, then I really don't need to give you my number. Yeah. Okay, I'm not here for dating. If I want to get a man, I can get a man on my own, right? This is post-traumatic bliss. This is business. Okay, Miguel Angelici, Angel C, nice to see you. Zito Lopez, 2636, nice to see you again. Yeah, okay, you got it. Reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com. Send me an email. Gideon Palm, why do you love me? Why you love me? Omar Mohammed, love, love, love. I have some followers on Instagram at post-traumatic bliss. Love, love, love. Let's see why this sign in. I love the Bay Area. I like your videos, Miss. Thank you. Greetings and happiest of Sundays from Richard. Nice to see you, Richard. Shout out to Richard in the house. Did I get your email? Let me check it. Let me check it. From Sandan, right? Got it. Okay. I've sent you an email back. Let me know what kind of coaching that you want. Never had Brazil lizard. What are we talking about? So, Sandan, I sent you an email. I'm trying to make sure that I can get you guys to write to Post-Traumatic Bliss. Monica at Post-Traumatic Bliss. Dejan, what do you not understand? Oh, if you are healing, okay, awesome. Now I get you. Hoopty West. This is post-traumatic bliss. A lot of people talk about post-traumatic stress. But the truth of the matter is this. Human beings, we've always gone through a lot of trauma and a lot of stress. Right now, there's war going on. People have faced hunger and starvation. People have faced rape, molestation, things, right? But human beings have always overcome whatever trauma and stress that they're going through. We are not talking enough about post-traumatic growth. We're not talking enough about post-traumatic healing. We're not talking about post-traumatic letting go, forgiveness. We're not talking a lot about post-traumatic healing and post-traumatic growth and post-traumatic bliss, right? And also living a life where you stay away from wicked people because they are going to traumatize you. You know, protecting your mind, protecting your heart, protecting your body, protecting your family and your children by choosing to live in peaceful areas, in peaceful places. That's the biggest win that you can have in life. Hello, Milton. Shout out to Milton. Nice to see you again from London. Yeah, it is our natural reaction, right? But sometimes you don't want to be in chronic stress. Stress in small doses is good for you, right? But you don't want stress in you want stress in small doses. You don't want chronic stress, because when you have chronic stress, it means that your heart is always beating at a very high rate, right? You can have high blood pressure, you can have a stroke, you may not be able to sleep well, you may not be able to concentrate, all that, right? We don't want chronic stress. Chronic stress is what leads to trauma, right? Because it now becomes like your life. And we want people to understand that this chronic stress and trauma is the number one cause of death in the world. Stress is the leading cause of death. So here at Post-Traumatic Bliss, right, we are going to educate you about mental health, and you're going to protect yourself from any kind of stress and trauma. You sometimes you're just going to move away from the devil. Sometimes you gotta kick him out. You know, whatever it is that giving you stress is coming from your enemy, is coming from the devil. I have 25 years clean from drugs and rose above all the trauma by facing it head on at the roots. Hoopty West, nice to see you. I am interested, like, what had gotten you into the drugs? Were you facing some pain, broken relationship, broken family? Um, you know, what was happening, right? What was happening that had made you feel like maybe drug would you want the escape from the drug? And what drug was it? And then, you know, at what point did you realize that you are able to face this? You are built for this, that you can face this. Childhood abuse and neglect, abandonment, and low self-esteem, not knowing who I was in God's eyes. You know, I faced this kind of trauma myself. I lost my parents. I tell people I lost my parents when I was 6 years old. I had lost both of my parents. And I grew up in a children's home. And when you don't have individualized care, somebody to connect with you, somebody to love you, that trauma a child gets from child abuse is this, and child neglect is the same as a soldier going into war, right? And coming out of war. Because when a child is not old enough, right? They live their life emotionally. a child lives their life emotionally and they're not able to talk and express themselves because they have not fully developed the left side of the brain that is involved in logic and numbers and talking and language, right? So when a child is abused, neglected, not shown love, not shown care, they are like in a war zone by themselves. It's like being in a war, because life is a war and life is a big challenge for a child. So emotionally, it's like that child being in a war, or it's like that child experiencing extreme violence, like an adult going through an extreme violence, right? And that kind of trauma, when you're not able to process it as a child, it doesn't go away. It stays with you until you become an adult, able to reason and think for yourself, and you go back to the pain and you look at the pain and you process the pain, and then you release it. You gotta do that for yourself. It's like you gotta be born again. You have to go back, look at the pain and heal it, and then a new you emerges, right? Child abuse and neglect, I tell you, it's a huge thing that affects a lot of people, and it will affect you even when you're 70, 90, 100. If you do not go back to see that pain and overcome it and heal it, it's going to affect how you are at work, how you are with your relationships. It's going to affect every part of your life. Thank you. Great, good vibes, positive, natural face looks good, pretty. Thank you, Marcel. So Ravat says, recently I'm feeling like chronic stress you mentioned. I have gone through a lot for the past 5 years. So what should I do to calm myself? I mean, internally and deep down. Revant, you've come to the right place. You've really come to the right place. You're asking what you will do because you have chronic stress. If I should ask you, how is the chronic stress, as we move on, how is the chronic stress affecting you, right? I'm going to give you how I think that the chronic stress will affect you and why you should be able to start doing the things that we recommend here that you start doing. And your mental health journey is going to be a place, something that you work on, you keep working on until you feel like you have crossed over to the other side. So when you're under chronic stress, your body, your nervous system is the first thing that you must learn, okay? You have to learn about how the body works when it's under stress. Now, the body works in only two ways. The sympathetic nervous system, which is the survival mode. We call it sympathetic because it sympathizes with you, okay? And then we have the parasympathetic nervous system, which is homeostasis, which is balance, okay? This is when you're calm and happy and living your life, and when you feel joyful and good, right? When you're under stress, right, your body puts you in a chronic, it puts you in survival mode, which is also called the parasympathetic nervous system. What it does, it will shut down your thinking, the prefrontal cortex, and then it's going to put you in a reactive mode so that you react to just survive, because it realizes you're under stress. So the body is going to do whatever it needs to just help you survive. You don't need to think when you're just needing to survive. When you need to survive, you need to react. Now, survival mode is the body's way of protecting you to make sure that you survive. So the survival strategies the body adapts is, the fight or flight response, the freeze response. Like you will see animals in the wild, sometimes they will play dead if they're not able to run away so that they don't get injured more, or sometimes they will fight back. Sometimes they will run away, okay? Sometimes you have seen it in areas where if let's say it's a rape scenario and you're like, okay, this person will kill me. Some women, they go into freeze mode. They just allow the rape to happen. Hopefully their life is spared, and then they run, right? That is freeze mode. It's a way to protect yourself from further damage or from further being hurt, but it is a survival mode. Sometimes we fight, right? Sometimes we run away. This is the situation where the body will lock you in if it decides that you're under stress and you're in survival mode. Sometimes you freeze in the office if the boss is very rude to you, because you know that your survival depends on the job, and so you don't want to fight, you don't want to do anything, you're trying to protect yourself, right? These are the behaviors that we adapt when we are under stress. Okay, so if you are under stress, we recommend you mimic the survival response, right? To get rid of stress chemicals. A lot of people, when they're under stress, they run away or they fight, right? That is why we tell people, go to the gym, start running, start doing cardio, because what happens to animals out there when they run, they release all these stress chemicals out of their body, and then the body gives them these endorphins, this feel-good painkiller medicine that comes naturally after you have a good workout, after you run, you get these feel-good endorphins. So mimicking the stress response is one way to get the stress hormones out of your system and go back to parasympathetic nervous system, where you can think, where you unlock the prefrontal cortex and you're able to plan for your life. So first, understand the nervous system, understand the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system, understand why we want to keep you in the parasympathetic nervous system, because we want you to think, we want you to be happy, we want you to be able to plan for your life. So Revanth, that is one thing you need to learn how. Other practices that unlock, your prefrontal cortex, some people call it the third eye, is because this part is the most advanced part of your brain, right? It controls your morality, your ability to think logically and clearly. So doing things like meditation, praying, singing, all these make you happy and take stress away. When you sing, you open up your airways, you bring in a lot of oxygen into your bloodstream, and you're able to calm your nervous system through good breath. So singing is a good way. Chanting, meditation, all that can help calm the body. Learning tapping techniques to help you calm the body, it is good. Doing hot and cold water therapy, like the cold immersions, also helps you with your nervous system. We've talked about psychedelic magic mushrooms. They also really help you, but I can tell you, read about magic mushrooms. You don't want to do them when you're doing other drugs. You don't want to do it if you are risk of schizophrenia, psychosis, manic depression, bipolar. These are things that you need to research more, and whether it can work for you or whether microdosing works for you. But I would say these are highly for people who are going through deep trauma, not just everyday stress. Everyday stress you can manage with running, eating well. You can also create healthy boundaries. A lot of people are under stress because they don't have healthy boundaries in their life. So you allow just anybody to come into your life, to do damage into your life, and then move when they're done damaging your life. You gotta have good boundaries to protect yourself. You gotta learn to say, no, I'm not able to help you and bear your burdens for you. Go figure out your life situation. You gotta tell people that in a good way. It's a fuck you in a good way, but they'll figure it out, right? Don't allow people to just come and mess up your life. If somebody is bringing bad energy into your life, kick them out of your life, okay? You never need permission to kick the devil out of your life. You just kick him out of your life. Okay, let me go on with other people's comments. So that was me responding to Revanth. You can write more questions if that didn't help you. It took losing everything and being sent to prison for over a year. Then when I got out, I dedicated my life to God. You know, a lot of people underestimate the word of God. And 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 let's say, for honestly, maybe you're agnostic. You know, you have the right to wonder, is God real or is God not real? Okay, are all these people under psychosis, or are these people weird? These people that believe in God, what's crazy about them? They have an imaginary best friend and they worship this imaginary creature, and they think that he is real. Okay, I want you to imagine the word of God as being God, right? Just like the way you would write a book and those were your thoughts, and they make up part of who you are because those are your thoughts. Okay, the Bible contains a lot of wisdom about life. um Whether it was written by people who really cared about humanity so much that they wanted us to have some kind of wisdom to go by and help us understand life, understand how people are making it through life when we are clueless, especially people like me who have been abused and neglected and did not have a playbook on how to live my life. You know, getting the word of God can give you wisdom. You know, it can prevent you from being a slave and being enslaved mentally by other people, because you're living your life with wisdom. So, okay, maybe I'm not saying go believe everything you read in the Bible, but at least go to the Bible and pick out all the wisdom that you can get from that book, the nice Bible verses that speak to you, that encourage you, that make it good for you, and you know, the wisdom that carries the day. Go for the wisdom, because God is wisdom. Okay, and God, he says, like, if you don't have wisdom, ask for me from wisdom, and he will give it to you. Okay, without thinking of you anything less of you, he'll just give it to you. I like that. May God bless you, Troy Herring. How black are you in a scale of 1 to 10? Go ask your grandmother. Mafia Monica, uh, you're child of God. Your parents were beautiful people. That's why you look over the top. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I would never neglect my children. Praise God. Praise God. Somebody knows that. Okay? Yeah, the frontal lobe also isn't fully developed until 25 or later years. We are learning, right? Right? Yeah, and the reason why you shouldn't even be doing drugs, you know, before you are 30 is because you're still developing your wisdom, you're still learning, you're still growing. You're not, life experiences have not developed you fully. You really cannot develop the frontal lobe fully if you haven't healed your trauma. You can still see people in their 60s, in their 50s. They haven't, I can guarantee you, they haven't developed their prefrontal lobe because they're not living with any kind of wisdom. um, they haven't healed. They just don't want to grow up. I want to unwrap and eat this chocolate bar. Jake Smith. Um, Hoopty West says we are unequipped to deal with the pain. We are expected to process it and build it up inside. You know, before people started talking about, I think before the internet opened up, and people have not been talking so much about the nervous system, understanding the way it works and how to heal. I think a lot of people have always somehow known human beings have always known it's nice to keep the heart happy and to keep the heart in gratitude and to keep the heart in a place where it's happy and joyful, because they know that a happy heart is medicine. And so we instinctively know this. And the fact that you're here, you have survived evolution, over and over, it means that your line of people, they have survived these great traumas, they have healed, they overcame them, right? Over and over, they overcame them, and that's why you're here. It's a true testament to this human spirit. It means that you have inherited the same kind of winning spirit that can overcome. But when you understand it's your nervous system, you're training it to be happy in life despite your surrounding, despite your circumstances. You're training your nervous system to be a certain way. And you have to be careful not to compare yourself with other people so that you can maintain your heart and being at peace and well, right? The ease of well-being is what you want to cultivate, the ease of well-being. And that means not fighting with people, not arguing. You want to avoid these survival instincts to fight with people, to be jealous of people. You want to avoid low-level emotions of jealousy, anger, frustration, guilt, shame. You want to avoid these low-level emotions. You want to live with courage, peace, joy. You want to cultivate a joyful heart. That's why I said, there's a lot of wars going on. There's so many politicians trying to make us fight each other. Don't fall into that trick, right? Don't be the one who is going to fall into hating other people and starting fighting for their agendas and all this, because they want to make your nervous system to fight for them. But them, they don't want to fight. They want to sit cool, drink, wake up, enjoy the sun, and do so many other things, enjoy life, while you fight for them, while you go to wars for them. When you get traumatized, when you fuck up your nervous system for them. And it takes a lot to understand life and live with wisdom and be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to care for number one. I found relief in coping in chemicals, when the truth was I needed Christ as the center of my life. A lot of people, they heal from the Holy Ghost, because when you start cultivating peace in your life, you will heal your body, right? There is ease of well-being that comes when you believe in a God. For example, when you say, okay, my business is not going well, but I know God's grace is sufficient for me, that I know that he can bring things to life. Like, instead of like having that faith, having that hope, instead of saying like, I'm done for, it's over for me, right? When you can look up still and say, God's grace is sufficient for me. God is going to do it for me. I am praying. I am convinced I will not give up. I'll keep going, right? There's a reason why people survive difficult situations and others don't. Sometimes the difference is that the belief in God. Sometimes that is the thing, because like when your mind is so stressed out that it outsources hope and faith from God, right? It latches to something, right? And then there is hope. It looks outside of itself, and that's one way of maintaining hope and faith and healing. Not by chance is saying my story is helping you. Good to know. Always a pleasure to bring glory to how good God is in our lives. Blessings. Miss Barapikan Keramo, show us what is it in front of you? I'm thinking you're reading this from somewhere. I'm reading this from the comments that people are putting in here. That is my whole life. I react to just survive, not by chance, right? Because you're being led by the survival mode, the parasympathetic nervous system. And when you do it for a long time, it can lock you into survival mode. The brain can lock you into survival mode. If, for example, they did studies of these children who are child soldiers. Child soldiers have been traumatized since they are very young. They've been told to kill people. They've been told to take guns and been put in very violent situation where they have to fight to survive, right? Some of the child soldiers, they've been raped, they've been kicked, they've been beaten up, you know, they've been forced to do stuff, right, that they don't want. They've been forced into drugs. Very, very dangerous environments these children have been put to. And one of the worst people who has done this is Joseph Kony of Uganda. You know, he kidnaps children. You've seen also in Nigeria where they kidnap children, school children, women, and they take them as child soldiers, and those children will be raped, those children will be beaten up, those children will be kicked, abused, called names, they'll be forced to take on guns, they'll be forced to kill each other or kill other people. Very traumatizing situation. They are deep in survival mode, right? When they looked at their brains, they saw that the hypothalamus, which is the part of the brain that makes you move from survival mode to parasympathetic nervous system, to homeostasis, to balance. This is the part of the brain that regulates and puts you back to balance, like puts you back together. They saw that that part of the brain had become smaller in children who were in deep abusive situations, because the brain decided that it is not safe for them to go back to balance, to go back to parasympathetic nervous system, because they can never survive this other environment. You know, like for them, going back to chill mode is not an option because of the devastating environments that they're in, that the brain physically changes itself, and the part that's supposed to change to help them move back to the prefrontal cortex, more to balance, becomes physically smaller. That is why I say it is dangerous to live in survival mode for so long, because you can live in survival so long that you forget how it is to be at ease, how it is to wake up and not have anxiety, how it is to wake up and not feel depressed. You don't want to reach those points where you forget how it is to feel to be happy. So these kids could not even recognize like positive emotions. When people smiled, they could not recognize like, oh, that person is really trying to crack a joke or trying to make me happy, right? They couldn't recognize it because the only reason, but the emotions that they could accurately recognize, if somebody was threatening them, somebody was aggressive, they could tell you the exact emotion if it was a threatening emotion, because the brain is trying to help them read this dangerous environment so that they can survive. It's putting them in survival mode so that they can survive. The nervous system is your best friend. If you're not safe in an environment, it's going to put you in survival mode. That is why I tell people, look at your environment, okay? Look at your environment, where you're living right now. Do you live with people who are constantly bringing arguments in your life? People who want to fight you? People who are always criticizing you? Because they're putting you in survival mode, okay? Where you will just keep fighting and reacting to them, right? When you realize what the devil is doing, right? You cut them out of your life. You move on. You move away from them. You block them. That you figure out a good environment and what that entails for your nervous system. So that's not by chance. That's what I gotta tell you. Fight or flight response versus relax mode, right? Hello from Sky Boy Flying. Hello. Um, Mafia, you should be adopted. You are beautiful and intelligent. I don't need to be adopted. I am a grown-ass woman. Sometimes it's good to judge a book by its cover. It might just save your life. You know, stop giving people the benefit of the doubt. Stop giving people the benefit of the doubt. If people show you who they are, and I tell you this, most people won't lie to you about who they are. They show you exactly who they are. They show you they're here to use you. They're here to abuse you. They don't want good in your life. Most people, like they're not that smart enough to be strategic about like their agendas in your life. Okay, um you know what, if my makeup sucks, we don't need to talk about it. I can hide you from my channel, right? You don't have to say bye. Yeah, it's good. Pani, uh Pani, Ponied 31, 32. Yeah, sometimes just people, it is what it is, right? Revan says, so it is something like the body becoming primal or feral whenever my mind thinks about situations or becomes stressed. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what you're saying. It becomes very primal. In fact, it shuts down this most advanced part of your brain, right? And then it uses the fight or flight mode, right? So it goes to this, what do you call it? The back of your brain, the brain stem, right? Where survival instincts are there. You stop using this prefrontal cortex, you go back to using the brain stem, uh, which is the reaction mode. Yes, you become very, very primal when you're under stress, and you don't want that. You want to be human. You want to use your logos. You want to use your morality center. A lot of times people in survival mode are very dangerous because this part of their body that controls morality is also shut down, right? And they are not able to do that. And I can tell you this, survival mode is not about having a lot of money, okay? Because you see, like the Epstein files, you see all these billionaires who are very, very like savage. They molest children, right? They are always in competition with one another, which is a survival instinct, right? Is they're not able to discipline their mind so that they stop these low level emotions of lust, right? And and unnecessary competition and jealousy. They don't believe in God, right? So they don't have a sense of morality. There's one of them, Deepak Chopra, was said, pretty girls are real, God is a construct, right? Because he's godless, right? No sense of morality, right? He's just thinking with his primitive brain. That is not somebody who should be your spiritual teacher, okay? Somebody who is still being led by their brainstem, by their primitive instincts, no sense of morality, God is a construct, pretty girls are real. That is somebody who is acting from a survival mode. And you should be able to see this. It doesn't mean that because you have money that you're not living in survival mode. You may not have money, but you're a stoic, and right, and you discipline your mind. It's the way of training the mind. If you don't learn how to train your nervous system, you will not win in this game, right? I mean, people, when you're in survival mode, you can go out there and win business and contracts because you're in that go go go. It might be good for you. You're trying to survive. And anybody who has lived in the US, this economy, the way it moves, it puts everybody in survival mode, right? You're always at the risk of, you could be homeless if you don't get the next big thing, right? It puts a lot of people in survival mode, and a lot of people are stressed out, whether it's at work, whether it's in businesses, right? Because they are not understanding that they need to train their nervous system. So the more you train your nervous system to stay away from survival mode into relax mode, into the parasympathetic nervous system, you get ahead of the game when it comes to mental health, because people will not understand why you're so relaxed and they're in survival, and you're all faced by the same situation because you conquer yourself first, right? uh, so that what it is. Everything is true, right? Take me with you, Miguel. Yes, you can train our belief systems and our responses to stress, though we aren't powerless. We are not powerless. If there's anything I want you to learn, is that you're not powerless when it comes to training your mind, right? You're never powerless. Remember, your ancestors have always overcome life. They triumphed over this existence. That's why you're here. So you're getting better and better. You can learn to breathe through life. Breathing controls your nervous system, right? When you're running, there's a way you're breathing, right? When you're calm and relaxed, there's a way you're breathing. You can learn how to control your nervous system. Sometimes when you breathe into your diaphragm, you can even feel yourself releasing and belching and releasing energy and relaxing your muscles. You know, it can also be you go for a massage and you make sure that your whole nervous system relaxes. You go to the spa, you make sure your nervous system relaxes. All these are ways to make sure that you're not in the sympathetic nervous system. Yeah, my life as we speak is on pause. I don't know if it's a survival thing. I don't know how to move on with my life. That is definitely a survival instinct. Like when you don't want to wake up in bed, when you're not able to think, when you're not able to plan ahead, right? That is definitely survival mode. It means that you're locked out of your own prefrontal lobe. You're not integrated. Maybe you're fearful, you're anxious, you just don't want to know how to move forward, right? This is what I tell people like you when you're in this situation. Go out there and start running. Go run for 12 miles, right? Pick 12 miles and go start running. Run for 12 miles. Wake up the next day, run, okay? The next day, run. What you're trying to do is you're trying to gear start your nervous system, because it's like, I don't want to do anything. I'm not, like you're there, right? When you start running, okay, what's going to happen is when you start running, it's going to be painful. Make sure you buy creatine. Creatine is going to help you with muscle recovery. So I say, just start running. Okay, wake up and start running. Run. And when you start running, you're going to release the feel-good hormones, the endorphins, the painkillers, okay? It's not always going to be painful, but it's something that in the beginning you just have to, right? And then when you start doing that and you start working out to the point where it's painful, your muscles are aching, but you're taking creatine, and what happens is you will start unlocking your prefrontal cortex, right? Because now you're relaxing and you're gear starting your nervous system. It's going to start unlocking. If you're facing deep trauma, look for an NLP therapist, somebody who practices neuro-linguistic programming. They can help you distort some of your traumatic memories, and so that you can feel light and feel clear again. I had an NLP therapist called Guillermo, very good therapist. I could probably introduce them to you. You can always email me at reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com, and then I'll look for their contacts, and you can contact that NLP therapist. I always say psychedelics help you, They do, right? Magic mushrooms will help you, but don't do it if you are taking other drugs, and if you have history of psychosis, schizophrenia, you know, don't, and if you're doing it, don't do a big dose. These things are microdosed. As you begin, you do microdose. But again, I say, before you even do any of that, go look for information, study for yourself. You can always start with the book by Michael Pollan, How to Change Your Brain. It's going to give you a lot of information on psychedelics, what they are, what they can do, their history, all that, and you can start your research there. The book is there on Amazon, How to Change Your Brain. Uh, let me see. Do you study the concept of Johari window or Franklin reality models? No, I haven't studied those concepts. I'm a concept artist and I cope up with my work, but sometimes this anxiety attack like thing gets in between with me and my work. Anxiety is the fear of the future, right? You're not clear about where your life is headed. You're fearful about the future. You're not sure where the future is. And sometimes when you have anxiety, you also don't trust in God very much. You trust in your own abilities. You may not have a lot of faith to begin with. I say with anxiety, it's a thing also to conquer the mind, and reading the word of God will conquer anxiety and fear and doubt, right? Read the Bible for yourself. Like for me, honestly, I go to church and I listen to what they're saying. A lot of people in the church, you they believe they are right 100%. They bring the politics into the church and they believe 100 they are right. I don't agree with the politics, but I say, you want to keep up a faith life, like life where you depend on God. Whether you pray at home, whether you go on social media and listen to a sermon or somebody speaking about God, about their testimonies, is going to help your anxiety. It's going to help your anxiety. It's going to make you feel more grounded, and it's going to give you that mental support that you believe in God. I'm not saying go believe that in God, the white dude sitting on a throne. Just the words that come from God, the assurances that come, and the promises that God has over your life for you, those things can help you, give you faith and strengthen your mind from anxiety. Anxiety is an enemy, but when you have faith and you believe in the grace of God, you believe in the faithfulness of God, you believe God is your friend, and he will not abandon the work. If he has put an artistic work in you, there's a reason he gave you those gifts, and he will make sure that your work comes out, and that he's going to be faithful, right? He's going to be faithful to you, and he's going to make sure that the work that he has started, he will finish it for you. We live in this grace from the moment we are born to the day we lay down. We live by the endless grace of God, the air we breathe, the food that we eat, everything, right? And when you realize, like, hey, since I was a child, God has been taking care of me. He's going to keep taking care of me. I'm going to be safe. I'm going to be well. That really helps, right? Good boundaries, right? Good boundaries. I cannot emphasize more on boundaries. I always say, draw a circle, and inside the word, inside circles, write the word safe, right? Inside the circle, put the word safe, and know that the boundaries of the circle are the boundaries you put over your life. When it comes to relationships, put boundaries over your life. When it comes to your sex life, put boundaries over your life. When it comes to your money, put boundaries over your life. When it comes to your time, put boundaries over your life. When it comes to your emotional health, put boundaries in your life. Don't allow people to scream and shout at you. You're protecting your nervous system. Don't allow people to just scream, demean you, criticize you, all that bullshit. No, put boundaries. You're protecting your mental health because you know the boundaries and you're making sure that those boundaries are protecting you. Inside there, write the word safe, right? You lead by boundaries. You don't have boundaries, you have a hard time staying safe. And you will have a hard time regulating your nervous system from survival mode into parasympathetic nervous system. You gotta learn this word self-regulation. Self-regulation is your ability to make sure that you're staying in balance, that you're very emotionally intelligent. Right now, young people need to be emotionally intelligent. You need to learn that, to keep your balance, to keep yourself in homeostasis, in balance, in the parasympathetic nervous system, to put your boundaries so much that you're not always getting caught up and getting put by people into survival mode, okay? That people come, they borrow money from you, you're in survival mode. That people come, right? They decide to mess up your life. They pretend they are in a relationship with you just to use you. You're back in survival mode. You gotta be wisen up right now. like really get on it, okay? And if you really know how to, God has boundaries, right? If you learn the word of God, you get the psychology of God. And this is where the game changes. God has boundaries, right? He tells people, if you want me to bless you, I got boundaries, okay? Do not do this. This is how you live your life if you want me to bless you. God has boundaries. Have boundaries. You learn that psychology from God. You learn how to, you tap into the psychology of God. You're going to learn your enemies and you're going to learn how to protect yourself. A lot of people, you're having anxiety because you don't know how to protect yourself. And because you don't read the word of God, you're very vulnerable to your enemies attacking you, okay? For example, I see women who are out there, you know, like just, let's say you're a woman, you don't have sexual boundaries, okay? People can use you so badly. Okay, that is an example everybody can understand, right? A woman who doesn't have sexual boundaries, everybody wants her number, she gives them her number, everybody wants to take you out, you go out on a date with just about anybody. It's going to be bad for you, right? You will not be safe, right? Like, you know, be discriminating. Don't be like everybody else. Don't just go anywhere you are invited. You know, have your own boundaries that keep you safe. You know, if you feel like people are bringing negativity in your life, okay, chase that devil away out of your life. Those are boundaries, okay? You don't negotiate with the devil. You don't negotiate with people coming to ruin your life. You block them, right? You put up boundaries that cut people off, that, you know, you don't negotiate with the devil. You chase him away, okay? Thank you very much. I'll keep up. I will keep up. Thanks. We already were given permission by God. Amen, sister. Right? And then to the agnostic or the atheist, as long as you don't try to prop yourself up as your own God, you may be on the path of finding him. You are not God, right? The ego will tell you that you are God. Dwight Barrett, nice to see you, Dwight. I'm doing good. Dwight in the house. Have you ever tried magic mushrooms, my lady? I have tried CBD, thought about it. Yeah, magic mushroom is where is that if you have trauma. Mental growth, mental health, stunted. You know, let's talk about magic mushrooms. The whatever they have, psilocybin. Magic mushroom, the compound that is in the magic mushroom is called psilocybin. And psilocybin has been known to make the brain produce more neurons. Okay? If you understand the human brain, you understand that everything that we do works through neurons. You can't learn a language if you're not able to form neurons. If you're not able to have neurons as a human being, you basically cannot have memories. If people have like Alzheimer's and those problems, is because their neurons are getting damaged. Okay, they're not able to produce the protein, the myelin sheath that makes it like, like neurons are getting damaged. Okay, so mushrooms, they help with more production of neurons. It means they make the brain more plastic. They make your ability to learn more. They make your ability to be open to new ideas much better. Okay, so let me show you like how they say it works. Okay, let's say you take some magic mushroom and the psilocybin comes to your brain. So imagine it's like snow. Let's say for you guys who like to go and play with the snow and ski, and it's winter, so some of you will understand. When there's a lot of snow, it covers everything. The roads, the mountain, all the trails, everything is covered, right? And so when everything is covered, you don't know where the road is, right? You don't know where the road is. Everything feels like it's fresh, and you can afford to be adventurous. You can take different routes because there is ice, there's snow. You can now see things very fresh. Like everything is fresh, is new. You can create your own paths. You can create your own highways now that everything is covered, right? Psilocybin kind of works the same way. All of a sudden your dull life is covered, and now you can feel like life is bright again, like life is new again. We can have fresh ideas. We don't remember past hurts. It's like we are starting new, right? It helps with that neuroplasticity of the brain. Hi there, new to your channel. I subscribed and hit the like. Thank you so much, Jason. Ghost Hunter. I am from Sydney, Australia. I do have a channel too. What's your channel? Let us know. We can subscribe. Hoopty West says, that was me, age 14 to 24, basically spoiled teenager for the first decade of my adulthood. Hi, sister. Good morning to you. It brings things into perspective when we understand how our brain works. This is why I do this. I do this because I want people to understand their nervous system, and because there's a lot of people out there, self-development, motivation coaches, and they say things. And some of them understand the nervous system, some of them are giving good advice, but when you listen to them and you don't have the background understanding of what they say, you can mess up your life. Okay, when they tell you like there is this one motivational speaker that I have a problem with because she can lead people astray. This is Abraham Hicks. Okay, I have a problem with Abraham Hicks because the way she makes it is like, oh, wake up and quit your job and figure out your life. Because the universe is abundant and everything, right? But in reality, starting a business, sometimes it doesn't always work out in the beginning, and it's good to be prudent. Even the Bible tells you to be prudent, right? That is why I say, it's good to be grounded in the Word of God, because a lot of these motivational speakers, they're out there giving you information. Oh, you don't like your job? Quit. There is a lot of the world out there. There's things that you can do, multiple things you can do. There are lots of people looking for those opportunities because, the reality of the world and the situation we are in. So I want you to be grounded more by the word of God, because it will give you that prudence. It will help you to be more patient. It will help you to be thinking. It will help you to be calculated, you to slow down, right? And calculate about the future. Your brain does that naturally. Okay, but when you're under stress and duress and you want things now, 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 like a spoiled little child, and life is telling you, hey, take things slow. Don't rush into relationships. Don't rush to get money and think every idea is great. Some people are out there to use your money. Some people are out there to trick you, right? The Bible tells you to have prudence in your judgment, to look for good counsel before you rush into things. I want you to understand the way the parasympathetic nervous system works, because most of you are still doing good. Most of you are on the right track. You're doing good. Your life is going well. It's just that you're comparing yourself with a lot of people and social media and what they're doing, and you're starting to think, maybe life is not going the way that I want. Maybe God is forgetting about me. Maybe there's something I'm doing wrong about your life. Your life is going pretty much okay for most of the time, but is when you have these ideas that it's not, that God is not blessing you because you're not as rich as that social media person who has like a billion filters. You start thinking that maybe you're late in the game, maybe there's something wrong with you, like stuff like that. And I want you to know that most of you are smart. Most of you have the patience, the knowledge. Most of you are not out there thinking like, oh, I'm just going to invest all my money in crypto, or I'm just going to become a day trader and make quick money. Most of you are not thinking that way. Most of you have a good head on their shoulder. But when you go out there on the internet and you hear somebody like Tony Robbins say something like, oh, I put 100 million on that stock and it blew up, and you're like, there's something wrong with me, right? You're not, because those people are not telling you the truth, right? About how shit really works, right? You already know how shit really works because you read the Bible, you have the wisdom, you have the knowledge, but you're doubting yourself because of social media and the hype and all this that's happening. Thanks for the likes. We are at 68 likes. My love, I love you guys. Hey Queen, hope you're having a good day. Peace and blessings. This is God 365 nonstop. To you and your family, I love you. God bless you. Enjoy your day in abundance. Blessings, Jesus, in mighty name. Amen. Hallelujah. Right? Peace and blessings, mighty name of Jesus. Yup. God nonstop 365. You're making it clear. We love it, love it. Trusting and knowing you're not alone. Someone great is looking out for you. Yes, God is always looking out for us, and it's good to have that assurance in your mind, so that there's a lot going on. There's a lot of noise on this internet, on these streets. And I want you to tell you that you're doing okay. You're understanding the situation. Don't let this noise get to you. Okay? Don't let this noise get to you and your nervous system and make you feel dysregulated. Because if you have survived like a childhood that is very troublesome, there's something you're doing right in your life, and you want to be very, very secure in the way that you're doing life, in the way that you're making judgments in your life, right? And you don't want to be swayed by social media. It's like you don't want to be swayed by fashion, by social media, by the little things that are happening, and then they're making you doubt yourself. Your life is going okay. You're living by faith. You're working hard. You're going to work. You're going to school. You're paying your bills. Just because somebody else out there is saying, hey, I made 10 billion. And then you're like, oh, what the fuck am I doing wrong? There's nothing you're doing wrong, okay? Some of these people are hyping you up, or they're just looking for social media and then you're starting to doubt yourself. Maybe you're slow, maybe life didn't happen the way it happened, maybe whatever, you didn't get the relationship you wanted. There's nothing wrong with you. People rush into relationship and they get divorced. Okay, you taking your time, you feeling like things are not moving fast enough, it's okay. They don't have to happen right now. You're not late for anything. We are all headed to the grave. Okay, nobody is late for nothing. Okay, we are all have an appointed day to live this life, an appointed time to die. So you don't have to leave yourself in competition with anybody. Calm your nervous system. Enjoy your life. Okay, refuse to live in survival mode for anybody. Okay, put up boundaries to protect your peace. Okay, nor is there salvation in any other, for there is no other name under the heavens. Okay, hope to just like I love with only words is no love at all. Amen. Right? Yeah, like, you know, of course, like you have to take some actions. When I started like this channel back in, was it 2022, right? And I didn't know how to do a Facebook live, a YouTube live. I didn't know how to edit a video. I didn't like, I taught myself how to edit videos, right? And then it's a lot of time, to the point I was like, nobody's even watching these videos to begin with. But now, you know, I sit here and I have 72 likes, right? And it's that faith to be persistent. 2022, no action. 2023, no action. 2024, no action. 2025, no action. 2026, people are actually listening to my channel and they're liking it, and they're coming here and they're saying, oh, you're beautiful, I like this channel, I've subscribed, right? And it's like, will you have the faith to fail and keep going? This is what I teach about post-traumatic bliss, right? Because will you fail and keep going? Will you fail and keep going? Because the Bible tells you to keep going, right? God tells you to keep going. He will bless you in the future, but you just gotta keep doing right now. You just gotta keep going right now. God says he'll bless you in the future. You don't know when that future is. That future could be 2027. That future could be 2020, 30. He doesn't tell you a timeline, right? But he knows that his work, he will complete it. And so a lot of us, we see all these people, they have 1 million subscribers, 50,000 subscribers, whatever, a lot of them, right? And you're like, will I ever get there? Maybe there's something wrong with me that I'm not getting there. Maybe I have to change who I am for people to accept me. Maybe I have to, you know, like do whatever for people to accept me. Don't. People will accept you anyway. I can tell you 100%. People will accept you anyway. Because people like what's novel and different. Okay, they'll accept you once they realize like you really don't care whether they like you or hate you. They go with the winning team. Pray for Uganda, protect the people from evil and terror governments. We are praying. I'm praying for all the citizens of the world, because the Bible says that the enemy, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood. We wrestle with principalities and forces of darkness in very high places, meaning our governments are evil. Okay? Our governments are led by psychopaths and evil people. Whether it's here in the US, whether it's in Uganda, whether it's in Iran, whether it's in Israel, they're all evil. They're all evil, corrupt people. Not by chance. It's the same with animals in a cage. Their brain works on other parts than stressing them out. The animals end up developing crucial characteristics. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And life is kind of like an experiment. How are you going to allow life to shape your nervous system? Because if you allow life to shape you and to remain in survival mode, you're going to behave like a slave, okay? In survival mode. Because when you're not able to control who you are, when you're not able to control what happens in your life, when you're not able to control how you think, how you behave, you watch the news, you start believing what they are telling you. You watch this thing, they start telling you what to do. You know, like we are all pawns, right? They are using us as pawns. They make you go to their war, they fight, you fight their wars, you get maimed, you get post-traumatic stress, you get all these things, and they steal the oil they wanted to get themselves rich, they take the resources from other people, and the game continues, right? And as long as the citizens of the world don't see this, that they're being used as pawns, they're being used, they're being manipulated by religion, they're being manipulated. As long as people don't see that and they realize, hey, we need to advocate for peace all over the world, because when we have peace, we can raise our families, we can do business, okay? We can live joyfully. Then you advocate for peace. The Bible tells you a bad leader will cause war. A good leader brings in peace. A bad leader brings in wars and chaos. Okay? But you don't want to listen to God. You want to believe your political systems, the evils of darkness. You don't want to hear God's voice. She isn't there to give your eyes pleasure, right? Amen. But your mind and heart some knowledge. Have something here. Um, okay. Tararak. Yeah. Anthony here says, comparing and competing is not a good place to be. Don't. You are going, the Bible warns you about envy, feeling envy to other people. It's, in fact, it's one of the 10 commandments, right? And I think the reason the Bible tells you that is because the enemy will use that against you. The enemy will make you envy them so that they can recruit you into bad agendas. For example, a lot of drug dealers, if they want to recruit you to become a drug dealer, they will come driving a Ferrari, you know, or a Porsche, like, or a big car. They will come with diamonds, necklaces. They want to show you like, look at me, I made it. Okay? And you know what you're going to be? I want what they have. I want what they have. I will do whatever it takes to get what they have. And then they tell you, come, I'll take you on a vacation to Jamaica. You go in Jamaica, there is party, there is this big life, right? They want you to enjoy this life. They want you to envy this life. They want you to get hooked to this life. They want you to feel terrible that you have a job, that you clock in 8 to 5, okay? But then they put you up to sell drugs for them. And then you get caught. And then you're given life imprisonment in China, or even a death penalty. It's better to do your 8 to 5 than have a death penalty or find yourself in a foreign prison any day. Any day, right? It's just better. But people want to envy you, want to bring that envy, that the devil wants you to fall for this envy so that he can manipulate you. Don't fall for it, because you might end up not appreciating the things that you have. Instead of living with gratitude, you start envying what other people have, and now you stand to lose what you have. Now you stand to lose what you have because you saw somebody on social media, okay? That, oh my God, they have 10,000 followers. I will quit my job and start a YouTube video. But you don't know, YouTube doesn't pay that much. Did they tell you? Right? And now you're thinking, oh, I'll just get like all these followers. You know, stop envying what people have, okay? You don't know how what they did to get where they are, okay? Competing, Anthony is saying, compare and compete is not a good place to be. Yeah, you could lose a lot. And you guys know, you already know this. And the reason we are saying this is because like you already know this. Make sure you don't write things that are like objectifying me, because if I delete your comments, we will not be able to go, you will not be able to contribute to this channel. No identity and no morality, baseless, floating through the universe, empty void within an empty void. No thanks, I'll take the fairy tales. Sky daddy who has been confirmed in my life more times than I can count, right? Yeah, all these people who are rich, they say that they don't believe in God. They want to lead you astray. Let them, they have a depraved heart, right? They become rich from stealing and lying. It's become a lifestyle for them. So they're kind of gone in the level of depravity. These are people, most people in power, they kill people to gain the money sometimes. I'm not saying all of them do. There are people who really work hard and they don't do this shit, right? But if you hear like they're in power, they're on the Epstein files, like these are people who kind of have sold their morality to get where it's at, right? It's difficult to find God in a place of ignorance. God is in everything. We just make it difficult by stressing that we never see it. Isn't that just the truth? That is not by chance, right? Isn't that the truth? God is in everything. God is in the fresh air that we are breathing. He is the very breath, right? Like the breath that we take today is grace from God. Our very life is graced by God, right? The food that we eat, God. The water that we drink, God. Waking out of bed, God. The sunlight, God. The moon, God. The darkness, the night, God, right? You have a beautiful bed that you can lie your head at, God. Grace, right? Everything is God. But I think in our own entitlements, we don't even see that. We see the things that we don't have. Like, oh, I want more money. I want all this. I want all that. Why is God not blessing me? Why does God give this person billions of dollars and not give me nothing? You're breathing. You're still here. You can enjoy the show. Okay, like everything is God. You know, I didn't realize this, but until I realized what hell can be like away from the presence of God. And absolutely, you don't want to be in hell away from the presence of God, because God is love, right? When you're in depression, that is how it kind of feels to be away from God when you're in depression. Because when you're in depression, you're not trusting in God. You're trusting in yourself and your abilities. And that's why you're depressed, because you know you're not enough, right? And this society wants us to be in competition, to believe in our own strengths. It doesn't want us to trust in God. You know, that is why on Monday through Friday, people are not trusting in God. They're believing in their own abilities. And God tells you, like, look, I feed the birds. I feed them, right? They don't got to ask me for nothing. I feed them birds. And you are more important to me than those birds. You think I will not feed you? You think I will not clothe you? You think I will? Let me tell you, I lost my parents when I was 6 years old. And God has been faithful. I have never slept outside. I have never lacked food. Okay? And my parents have long been gone. And when the Bible tells you, like, I will feed you, I will clothe you, I will do this shit for you. God is faithful. God is faithful. Uh, Pointed 31, 32. Where did I learn all this? I read books. I read. Okay, you got 2 eyes? Read. Read books. When you read books, you will discover you have wings. Yeah? Uh, is NLP therapist a hypnotist? Not really. I don't think they are hypnotists. So let me explain NLP therapy a little bit for you. So our brains, like I said, our brains earlier, our brains learn through language. We have a neural language. So like, you know how when you speak language, you speak it with a certain pattern. You know, there's how you put in your verbs, in your sentence, the subject, the verb, everything, so that it can make sense. So if I say I want to go to America, you understand, right? But if I say me go somewhere out America in America, you will not understand that, because that sentence does not make any sense to you at all, right? So neurons, they put patterns in your memories, in your language, in everything you learn, whether to walk, to drink, it's a neural language. Everything, even your memories and your trauma, they are stored in a neural language. You remember them as a story that you keep telling yourself. It's a language, right? So what NLP they do, they understand it's a neural language. They know how to distort it. They know how to distort the language. So for example, let's say you had an accident that traumatized you. And when you had that accident, it was a rainy day. And every time there's a rainy day, you probably remember that accident, okay? So what they will do, they will distort that memory. They will say, okay, you're having that accident, it's raining, you're sitting there. They'll start telling you to now start feeling warm, okay? Now start feeling sunshine. Start feeling that it's a warm day. You see how it's distorting that memory? They know exactly how to do. I'm just giving you like a snippet, like to understand. So they will distort that memory until like that trauma is distorted. Like you're trying to remember the pain, but that pain has already been processed because the neural language, the trauma story that you're telling yourself, it has been distorted. Like the pattern has been broken. They break those patterns, and it's not hypnosis. And you do the work. They guide you how to do the work. They guide you to heal yourself. Remember, all healing is self-healing. Don't take giblets of, I don't know what you're talking about. Take care. Thanks, amazing. I'll never become president. Lee Wilson, nice to see you. Robert Mazibuko, nice to see you. Love you. Loves to see people from Kenya. Siklides, nice to see you. Uomarba, nice to see you. Lee Wilson, Campus, perfect. Not by chance, sister, may I ask what happened? Am I allowed to ask? I really like what you're saying, and it's a bit confusing for me how you showing up in my life at this time right now. So for me, I lost my parents when I was 6 years old. And what I did not know is that I knew there was something wrong with my nervous system. I knew I was very, very anxious. I was always afraid. I was always nervous. I was depressed, obviously. I knew there was something wrong with my nervous system. Even the way like my energies would drop, you know, one moment I'm okay, and then the other time I'm extremely hungry, like I can just eat anything. Like I knew there was something wrong with my nervous system. And so when I started learning about mental health, I realized like this childhood trauma is compared to being in a war. It's like when soldiers go to a war and they come home and they're traumatized, having lost a family member, like a father or a mother, or not being loved by your parents, being neglected, maybe having a sick parent when you're young, is like being in life and in a war zone all by yourself. And as a child, you're not able to express yourself logically because you have not developed language. You haven't really developed the left side of your brain. So you're truly all alone. And that is how trauma builds. And let's not talk about, let's even, that's just part of it, right? A lot of things could go wrong. There are people out there, predators, who want to prey on vulnerable people, and they always go to that child that's lonely. They always go to that family that doesn't have resources. Like predators are everywhere, right? And so you're in this world where you're vulnerable as a child, and you're by yourself and you have nobody to protect you. You're like being in a war zone all by yourself. And I had to learn about mental health. And the reason why I spend a lot of time doing this is because I told God one time I really wanted to unalive myself because I was like, dang, I cannot do this anymore. I've just been through too much. And that time I had a vision. I could see my burial. I could see people, my family, the trauma that I had caused them. And, you know, I could see that vision of myself being dead because I knew like all I had to do was to take those pills and sleep, and nobody would come checking on me because nobody was ever going to come check on me. And that time, I think God just, something intervened from the spiritual realm. I didn't do it, but I had the perfect plan. Okay, I had the perfect plan. I just didn't go ahead. But I remember that time telling God, okay, if you help me get out of this, if you help me get out of this, I'm going to make sure whatever I do, I help other people get out of that place because I know how dark it is. It takes somebody to be in a depressed state for them to know how dark it is. And for me, I purposely told myself that if I figure how to heal my life, to heal my nervous system, to figure it out, I am not going to gatekeep. I am going to give it out for free, okay? I am not going to gatekeep at all. And so God helped me. He put me in a journey, books to read, everything. He helped me understand mental health. Okay, so whenever I'm telling you this thing, this is divine, divine intervention for me and for you. If the enemy wanted to take me out that day, he wanted me out so that I don't have this platform to help you, so that I do not come here and show you the way out. But guess what? The enemy did not win. And because the enemy did not win, that is why we are here today, talking about healing and how to get out of it, understanding our nervous system and how to wire it. Remember, your nervous system is so intelligent. God put an intelligent system in your body to protect you. Okay, he put the most intelligent system you'll ever find on this planet in you and made it part of you so that it protects you. So when you're in survival mode, I want you to be very, very grateful that God put a survival mode nervous system in you to help you survive. Because he knows once you survive, he is still going to heal your heart. He is still going to heal your mind. He is still going to unlock all the blessings that he has purposed over your life. His job will be finished in the way that he wants it to do, right? So remember that. Always remember that. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah. And I bear witness that Muhammad is his servant. Okay. Allah. Yeah, I don't know how many people believe there is more than one God. I believe there is just one. Okay? I believe that there is only one God. That's it, right? Whether you call him Allah, whether you call him, there's only just one God. Unless you, in your own mind, you have like another God out there. There's just one. He loves everybody, right? He loves you if you're Muslim, if you're Hindu, if you're Christian, if you're pagan. He loves you, okay? There's only one God. Um, da-da-da-da-da. Walking, running is a good way to promote healthy thought. Run if you want. If you really want to reset your nervous system today, go and run 12 miles. Okay, whether you're going to run like a snail, whether you're going to run so slowly, just go do your 12 miles. Okay, take a big water, put it in your back or hold it in your hand and just run. Okay, by the time you're done, you will feel the body resetting itself. You will feel it. You will feel the body resetting itself, the stress gone, and the nervous system releasing itself. About a date with me and you, Lee Wilson. Just the mistress talker, thanks. Speak such wisdom, Anthony. Thanks, Anthony. I finally found out why my email didn't go through. I sent another, so you shouldn't have it now. Let me see. Is this one that you sent me at polychromatic.ether@gmail.com? Is that, let me know. Esther? Ether? Let's see. Oh my goodness, there's so many people in this chat and I'm going super slowly. Okay. Okay, let me move back, down. 12 miles is so much. It will take that, okay? 12 miles is beast mode, okay? 12 miles is beast mode. I want you to go on beast mode, okay? You will reset your nervous system. Okay. You know, I personally understand people who are agnostic and people who are atheist, and I think it's good to go through that journey sometimes of being an atheist and an agnostic, but do it in a way that's not dangerous. Okay, if you're going to be an atheist and an agnostic, I say just read the word of God so that you learn the wisdom of God and not make mistakes. Not make mistakes so much. Like, seriously, don't stay like 10-15 years without going to church or listening to the word of God, because you will make mistake. You will get into drugs. You will go into places you never wanted to go, right? Because it's very dangerous to live a godless life on this planet. You know, doubt all you want, but do not sin. Okay, do not live a sinful life. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's go back. Um, are there patterns to different different psychological states? It's true. Your psychology works to structure your grammar in specific ways. What do you mean? Are there different psychological states? Of course there are different psychological states. If you're constantly feeling guilt and shame, those feelings of guilt and shame will force you to behave in a different way. For example, if you're feeling guilty and shame, you don't want to be around people because you're feeling guilt and shame, right? If you fear people, then you don't want to even go out there, talk to people in businesses, in meetings. That's a psychological state, right? If you're feeling joyful, you're feeling like you're living in freedom, you're feeling happy and peaceful, you're out there in life without a care, talking to people, making friends, like, just living your life, right? Because that's the psychological state of mind that you're in. So it depends, right? It depends. Yes. um, when you're taking drugs, you're in a different psychological state than when you're not taking drugs. When you're reading the word of God and believing and trusting in God is a different psychological state than when you're led by your own ego, right? There are always different psychological states. Reagan from Uganda, 20 years working with Civil Aviation Authority at Entebbe Airport. Your face is marvelous. I love you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, Proco Dunk is here. Good luck finding a woman of her virtue. More women than men are falling off from God. What are you thinking about? Um, from what I experienced, people read superficially but aren't understanding enough of what they are reading to actually comprehend the meaning of language itself. Um, mm, 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 mm. Okay, gotcha. Taha is in the house. Salam alaikum. Mr. Wilson is asking what the conversation is about today. We're talking about mental health. I have been going through questions today. People asking about, um, about anxiety, the nervous system, me trying to explain to them they need to learn about the nervous system, the, the, the survival mode, the parasympathetic nervous system, and the sympathetic nervous system. All this you have to learn, okay? This is mental health 101. You want to understand survival mode, which is the sympathetic nervous system, and then you want to understand the parasympathetic nervous system associated with calm, homeostasis, with balance, right? The body behaves very differently when it feels safe, and the body behaves very differently when it feels like it's in survival, okay? If you want good health, it starts with you feeling safe and calm, okay? If you're not feeling safe and calm, you will not be okay here. Your psychology will not be okay, right? Because the body is designed to assess whether you're safe or whether you're in danger. And then from there on, it determines what program is going to run your life. I've never been diagnosed for my mental health. I've never really talked to a therapist because I've always viewed it as disingenuous. Well, you're like, if you're not feeling safe to talk to a therapist, that is why you're not opening up, right? If you're not feeling safe to talk to somebody, or you think that they're going to judge you, and that is why psychologists, they practice a lot of they call it positive psychology. They practice positive psychology, and they avoid telling you the truth or criticizing you or being something harsh, because they want you to open up. Okay, because they know when you open up, you will feel less shame, you will feel less guilt, you will feel less fear. When we go to therapist, is because we are struggling with something that obviously we don't want to talk about. Okay, it's like it's hard to gain trust with this person and then talk to them about something, because let's say you went through a sexual assault. That is something you're struggling to tell somebody, but it gotta come out. It has to come out, right? You need to feel like the person that you share with is not going to laugh at you. A lot of women have experienced this when they go to report a sexual abuse to the police, and they start embarrassing them or forcing them to give details just so that they can amuse themselves with the story. Psychopaths, right? So a lot of therapists, they do try to do positive psychology so that you can open up. And most psychologists, they're not allowed to share anything you tell them unless you share with them that you want to kill somebody or you want to harm yourself. Then they have to help you. I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs. Okay? I don't talk about drugs. Yeah, I'm drug free. I don't do drugs. Um, I've always told people to look at psilocybin. Psychedelics have this compound called psilocybin that has helped people with trauma, right? And you have to look at that. You have to research yourself. You have to research about psilocybin for yourself, because yes, they have this compound called psilocybin. Um, PSY. Psilocybin is PSY. Okay, let me show you. Okay. You see these mushrooms? These mushrooms, these are magic mushrooms, okay? You see that bluish thing on the cap of the mushroom? You see this blue thingy here? That is called psilocybin. That is the medicine, okay? That is the medicine that heals trauma. So if you want to Google it, is PSILOCYBE, psilocybe therapy. Psilocybin. Psilocybin is found in some mushrooms, and it is a hallucinogenic. It brings serotonin like side effects. It generally can last like 20 minutes, if you do a small dose or up to 6 hours, you can you can you can experience euphoria, an altered state of consciousness. You may not know what time it is. So when you're doing it when you have time to let the medicine go through. um, you might have nausea, you may feel very cold, you know, and then it relaxes your nervous system. After like it kind of makes you feel weird, then you feel good. But yeah, um so most, like in the US, psilocybin is illegal. So make sure that that if you're in the US, you probably go to places that are legal. There are some few states that it's legal, like Oakland in California. I think it's legal. I think it's also legal in Oregon. It's legal in Mexico and in parts of Europe, like the Netherlands. Just make sure you're not, you know, it's not like weed. You can go to prison, okay? So, so yeah. You can see it comes from mushroom. It's very naturally occurring. It occurs in nature. It's not like medicine you get that is made from the lab by big pharma, right? It's natural medicine. I trust Mother Nature every day more than I trust big pharma and these pharmaceutical companies. Yes, I'd rather take my chances with Mother Nature. Yeah, I said it's not. It's legal in the Netherlands. Uh, it's legal in a I think in one city in California called Oakland. Um, it's legal in Oregon and Mexico. Those are the places that I know. Okay, so if you're in California, Oakland is the place. It's okay. Taha, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. We're talking about healing trauma. We are giving you information so you don't kill yourself. Okay. Put it simply, but also so that you can live a quality of life that is happy. But there are things that you also have to learn to do, right? You have to change your behavior. I'm not saying that, I mean, psilocybin, yes, they can help you a little bit. But if you don't change your attitude and your behavior and your environment, you may not win in the battle of mental health, right? I always say change your environment first. Make sure that you're living in a peaceful environment where people are playing, whether they play games or, you know, not people criticizing you, not people fighting you, not people putting you down. You gotta make sure the environment is right so that this environment can help you grow like confidence and help you nurture like good emotions, and those good emotions will make you do things that are happy and healthy, like working out, like, you know, you feel more confident going to meetings, working on your work, saving money. You want to put yourself in an environment that's peaceful, not people arguing with you, bringing all these nasty politics into your doorstep. Like you don't want to put in a situation where I don't like arguing, you know. I don't like arguing. Even here on my channel, if somebody brings in an argument, I don't want to be in that state of mind, because it's going to put me in survival mode, the fight or flight. And so I block them and I preserve the channel, and everybody here feels happy. not by chance, says politics is all you deal with all day. And I am okay talking about politics if you agree with me. If we don't agree, don't bring it. If we don't agree, don't bring up politics, okay? Because I'm just not gonna like you. Okay? I'm protecting my peace of mind, right? I'm protecting my mental health. Ben Avi, nice to see you. Make sure, guys, you're liking and hitting the subscribe button. Nice to see you too, Ben. Beautiful, beautiful day. I don't love cannabis and psychedelic on occasion. It's not for everybody, right? I always say like, hey, like there's a time when I was dealing with my mental health problems and I thought smoking weed was going to help me, okay? And I smoked a little bit. And then I felt like, oh my God, I'll get cancer from smoking this because I'm coughing. And I was like, okay, this is not the answer. You know, I was like, this is not the answer. And weed can give you a sense of psychosis too. You know, is smoking weed is not solving your problems. Smoking weed does not give you coping mechanisms. Doing drugs, even when you're taking psilocybin or some magic mushroom, is still not giving you coping mechanisms. You still have to learn how to cope and deal with pain instead of running away from pain. So you have to strengthen yourself. You have to strengthen the body. When you strengthen the body, you strengthen the mind. Okay? There's a reason why people who have better coordination and cognitive skills are smart and more intelligent, right? Because when you strengthen the body, you also strengthen your cognition. That is why you have to work out, right? Cognitive skills goes with a strong, healthy body. If you're slow and moving like a snail, people even make fun of you because they know like, hey, you can run as fast as I am. I'm smarter than you, you know, like I'm not here to encourage people to do those big doses, especially because if you're going to do that and if you land in trouble and you have to call 911 or you have to go into the emergency room, some of these things, they can go very bad for other people. Okay, there's always that disclaimer, be very careful. If you're starting out something that's new for you, it's probably smart to start with small doses. Again, please do not go out there foraging mushrooms in the wild. There are very, very many poisonous mushrooms that can kill you instantly. Some can cause you to bleed through all the holes in your body. That's how dangerous going out there in the wild and collecting mushrooms is. Do not do it. Go buy mushrooms from a trained mycologist, somebody who knows which ones are good and which ones are bad, or study them until you know 100% that you cannot make that mistake. It's so easy, okay? There's one mushroom called the death cup. If you take that mushroom, you are certain to die. And the death is slow. You will not know until like 6 hours into it that you took the wrong one. And by then it's too late. And the death is usually very slow but sure. Okay? No foraging mushroom. No going out there in the wild and seeing mushroom grow into the grass and taking them. Do not do such a thing. Please, never in your life. Okay? Because whenever you try to tell somebody to take something orally, you have to give them disclaimers. This is not milk that you're taking, from the store, okay? Things can go bad. Don't worry about me, lady. I can tell which ones are poisonous, my lady. Make sure you double check and you're very double sure, okay? Never assume. Mushrooms look alike, and the death cup looks very, very, very similar from one of the best mushrooms in the world. That's how it takes people. A lot of people have made that mistake, okay? If you want to learn anything about mushrooms in general, read and listen. And to Paul Stamets. Paul Stamets is a great mycologist. I read from his book that the turkey tail mushroom prevents cancer. Okay, the turkey tail mushroom. He says that his mom had stage 4 cancer and she started taking the turkey tail mushroom and she lived. By the time I was reading that book, it had been written like 10 years and she was still alive. So I don't know whether she's still alive there, but she survived stage 4 cancer from taking those turkey tail mushrooms, and she survived for even more than 10 years. And stage 4 is usually where people, go. So mushrooms are medicine. In general, mushrooms are very good. If you take them as medicine, as supplements, that kingdom, mushrooms are not plants. A lot of people think mushrooms are plants. Mushrooms come from the fungi kingdom, right? They are mucus, whatever, what do you call them? They come from the fungi kingdoms. They're not plants and they're not animals. And we get a lot of medicine from mushrooms, including penicillin, a lot of very, very valuable things you can get from mushrooms in general. That is why I believe magic mushrooms are the real deal when it comes to healing trauma. I will take magic mushrooms over these psychotics that they give you any day. I mean, she lived, I think, yeah. Well, I'm saying she healed. She healed from the cancer. That's what Paul Stamets says in his book, Running. What is his name? What's the name of the book? I can't remember the name of the book, but it's Running something. Let me Google it. Mycelium Running. I just remembered it. His book, Mycelium Running, that's what he said. 100% at host. Using psychedelics as a tool is an important versus just taking them to get effed up. It's a different quality of experience. You can have a very bad experience with psychedelic mushrooms if you do it in a stupid way, right? If you're having sex and drinking alcohol and taking weed and taking your pain meds, you're high, and then you're doubling with psychedelics, you might even die. Like, you're dealing with medicine. Like, you're not dealing with a drug. This is not like to get a high. This is not like alcohol. It's not even fun, okay? It can really affect your nervous system. It can affect the rhythm and the beating of your heart. It can affect a lot of things, okay? This is not something you play with. It's not something to play with. Like, please don't be stupid. Don't go there because you heard that somebody said magic mushrooms and you think that, oh, this is a fun little game, okay? You're dealing with a psychotic, a hallucinogen, like medicine, okay? Why should we do this? Ibrahim, do you think God is coming before April? Or do you think that they're not going to have a lot of, you can have 3 months worth of groceries, they are going to go bad. But I was joking about the difference between poisonous and no. If I die mysteriously one day, it's the shaman in Mexico. That is funny. It's the shaman in Mexico. Okay, Tito, noted, noted, noted. We know. Cannabis does help me with nausea associated with doing with doing shrooms. You see, some people get nausea with the shrooms. Like, I don't get nausea at all, like with the shrooms. I get very cold, like my blood, like I'm just cold, like super cold. Like, what the fuck? I'm cold, right? Like that. And then, after maybe 45 minutes, 30 minutes, I'm still feeling the effects of it. After 1 hour, I'm good. After 2 hours, whoop-de-doo, I'm in a good mood. Life is good. Everything is new. My depression gone. So it's good to microdose. You're not doing it every day. You're doing it to manage those symptoms of depression when you start seeing your house getting messy. You're not having fun with people. You don't want to talk to anybody. You can tell like you're getting into an episode, right? Egomaniac, thank you, my love. It's cold indeed, yeah. But they really do help. They work for maybe 97% of the people. Just because I have 97 likes, so I'll say 97. And it may not work for the 3%, that have done a lot of drugs, or they are, you don't want to do it when you're pregnant. Just use common sense, okay? Just common sense. Don't do it when you're pregnant. Don't do it if you've had alcohol. Don't do it if you've done drugs. Don't do it if you're driving. Don't do it if you are away from home. Like, do it in a safe environment, and be safe. Don't do it with people you don't know, people you don't trust. Common sense. Common sense. Yeah, I like that it's not nice. I like that it's terrible. I like that the experience you have with it is not good. Because we get addicted to things that are good. We get addicted to, if something is good, right? You get addicted to it. But if something is kind of like making you feel dizzy, making you feel funny, making you like feel a little bit sick, you will not get addicted to it. And that's why it's good medicine, because you're not going to want to get addicted to that shit. Like, it makes you feel so terrible. Like, you find that a lot of Asians, they don't have a lot of alcoholics, because Asians get this redness when they get like a lot of, they get very sick. Like Chinese, they get very sick when they take even small doses of alcohol. Like, alcohol makes them really sick. So they're not gonna be addicted to alcohol because it makes them sick, and they get sick from it, right? So it gives you a bad feeling that you don't want to take it. And when they want to treat alcoholics, they give them an injection. And once they get that injection, if they take alcohol, they get so sick that they remember that feeling, and they remember alcohol, and they don't want to do it, because a lot of life is pairing, right? If somebody gives you a bad feeling, you don't want to mess with them, right? If somebody violates your boundaries and you give them a bad feeling, they will never violate your boundaries again unless they are stupid. Use this to your advantage. This is why learning mental health is really good, because you understand how people work and you understand how to put up your boundaries. When somebody is nasty to you because you have done something wrong, you will not do it again. So when you want to enforce your boundaries, be nasty. I say don't be nice, okay? There is a time for laughter, and there's a time to be nice, and there's a time to be nasty, okay? Like when people violate your boundaries, okay? Become bad. Give them the medicine that they need, okay? The bitter herbs to correct their behavior, okay? Learn from medicine, okay? When people mess up with your boundaries, block them. Block them. Eh? So that they can know that your presence is very precious, okay? This is how the human brain works. Reward good behavior and punish bad behavior. That is how people understand, okay? Don't be nice. Become like a bitter pill that they don't want to swallow, okay? When they violate your boundaries, people will learn to respect you. This is psychology 101. Same for LD. Trips can be rough and introspective in nature. If you sit with it, though, listen, hear, and see what is showing you, and it can be beneficial. Yeah, because you're going right into the subconscious mind. You want to make sure, especially that time, your environment, is good. Like for me, I don't even like to put on music or anything loud or anything. I just don't want music. I don't want light. I just want quiet. That's how it works for me. Some people like some music, like that. Yeah, that's psychology 101. Basics. Basics of mental health, okay? Have boundaries, like have boundaries on your mental health, and then when people violate them, make them feel terrible, like they took some bitter herb, okay? I don't know about microcosm. I know Alice in the Wonderland. I don't know about LSD, to be honest. I've never tried LSD. I don't have any experiences with LSD. Not by chance. Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, peace. Peace, peace, peace. How explain to me the feeling of LSD. I have never had LSD. About searching the bliss in your life again after post-traumatic experience. Greetings from Ireland. Steven is in the house. I really like your accent. I just scrolled on your channel. What's your stream about? Here we're talking about post-traumatic bliss, finding joy after the storm, right? A lot of people talk about post-traumatic stress. They really don't talk about post-traumatic growth, post-traumatic education, post-traumatic healing, post-traumatic forgiveness, letting go, and post-traumatic bliss. You can live with a body that gives you energy and happiness. You don't have to always live in depression and anxiety and worry. So is LSD like DMT? I took LSD for 7 days and hiked. I became nature and the trees. I felt bliss, calmness, and connection, and I felt the breath of the forest and the earth. Man, hey, are you telling me to get on it? Are you telling me, coach, get on this one? You're missing out. Because that's how you're telling me. It sounds like you're telling me I'm not aware of it, but I've been missing out on life. 7 says you have a real calming presence. I scrolled through and I used to take antidepressants, but I'm glad I don't anymore. Thanks for saying my name correctly. So, Stephen, tell us your story. We are interested. So, you used to take antidepressants. I mean, I'm always telling people here not to start on those. Like, I've had enough scary stories about them. You know, how did you taper off from those antidepressants, and did you ever take anything like psychedelics, or how did you or did you just learn life skills? Like, how did you get out of it, and how did you manage your life after? G Bob thinks he loves me. At BBHHQW. My God, my God. Game over, game over, game over, game over. Game over, game over, game over. What's going on? What's going on? You're funny. I'm making myself some hot chocolate. Marcio Antonio 3938 from Rio de Janeiro. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Subscribe. We got an international presence on this channel because mental health affects everybody. Mental health and learning about living well affects everybody. And I'm so glad that you guys come to my channel because I don't get it, right? You know, if I could tell you how many people come here and ask me to marry them, man. I'm not taking men seriously. I think you guys can marry just about anybody. The proposals I get here for 2 seconds of somebody meeting me makes me think that men don't even think about this decision of getting married very seriously. A decision that could affect your whole mental health and your whole life. You're just willing to propose that to anybody here. That tells me how badly it is out there for your mental health. Like, oh, you're 2 seconds in here and you're in love. There's a big problem with your mental health. Steven says, great question. Unfortunately, I do take sleeping pills because I guess I haven't dealt with my demons. And yes, I tapered off antidepressants. You have a calming presence and it's so nice to see. Yeah, when I was when you know there's a time I was working and I couldn't sleep. I don't know why I couldn't sleep. And like with sleep, right? With sleep you really have to work out right before you go to sleep. You have to work out before you go to sleep, and you get tired to the point where you just want to boof and go to bed. And you can't take caffeine after 12 p.m. Like I used to understand, I used to take coffee, like tea, around like in the afternoon. Like tea in the afternoon would definitely have me waking up. um so and that was affecting my sleep. And then I just realized, like, hey, if I wake up around 1 a.m., 3 a.m., I can just stay in my bed and not think much of it. Like I don't force my body anymore to do something it doesn't want to do. If you want to stay awake, then I'll stay awake with you. Whenever you want to sleep, I'll fall back asleep. Like when kids, if you watch kids, sometimes they will wake up in the middle of the night. Out of nowhere, the kid just wakes up in the middle of the night and they're like, you leave them alone, they fall back asleep, right? And I think it happens with us. We think that we are going to sleep throughout the whole night completely, right? You will wake up because it's hot, or it's like, you're tired of sleeping one side, right? But if you give yourself time, you fall back asleep and then you will wake up again. um Sproko by Dang says, I noticed in myself that dating apps make me hateful towards women. How can I use it as a tool without feeling disappointed by the neglect? You know, women on the dating apps don't owe you anything. Women generally don't owe you anything. And the fact that you go into a dating app hoping that somebody owes you anything, like, nobody owes you anything. Okay, they don't have to love you, they don't have to respect you, they don't even have to want to know who you are. like they just don't, right? If you're in a dating, if you're going dating, is you're looking for somebody to love, not somebody to love you. You should already love yourself. You're looking for somebody to love, okay? So that person doesn't need to be perfect, right? Because you're looking to show them love. Because they are on a dating app, they are looking for love, and you're there to give them love, okay? Not to take from them, because they don't owe you anything. If you're not there to love them, don't be on a dating app. I tried to respect all streamers, because I'm sure you get a lot of creepy or racist comments. So the fact that you seem so sweet, it's so nice to see. You seem genuine. Thank you. Good evening, Miss Live, Antonio Lopez. Nice to see you. I'm sorry, Beast Unlocked 24 says, I'm sorry, it's out of nowhere, but had to say this. You are a drop dead gorgeous and pretty. Oh, thank you. I am drop dead gorgeous and pretty. I am drop dead gorgeous and pretty. That's my new mantra. I am drop dead gorgeous and pretty. Okay, it's difficult to describe the LSD trip in words. Much like the experience of mushrooms, they are similar but different. LSD for me, I always described as a more digital experience. And mushrooms seem more organic in its presentation. I don't know LSD. LSD has to be manufactured in the lab. Right? I think LSD is manufactured in the lab. It's not like naturally occurring. I like like psychedelic mushrooms, they are natural. It's a mushroom really straight from Mother Nature. So I think I think that's why anything that is done in the lab, they can put a high potent dose in it, right? They can heighten its potency than something that's just naturally occurring. uh, Zymoclone 7.5 milligrams isn't that high what I take for sleep. So I think they are yeah, they are benzos. Ooh, you're on the benzos, dang. Also, I buy over-the-counter Nitol. Would not recommend any of this because yes, I sleep, but it's bad sleep. I'm sorry. Like benzos, those benzos, they are bad. Like I would say follow, there's this Dr. Jose on YouTube. Just deal with just on YouTube you can search um Dr. Jose, and then you can type something like antidepressant medication or benzos, and he talks about tapering off benzos. He also gives you a forum and stories of people trying to taper off the benzos, the problems that they are getting off those, um, stories of people who have lost their partners when they are trying to get off those by themselves. So if you're really trying to get them off by yourself, don't try. Look for somebody who can really help you get off them. They can be dangerous. You need a lot of knowledge before getting them off, but yeah, getting them off will be a better idea. I have never really had a person give me their experience if they've done the benzos and then did something like LSD or done something like psychedelics. I mean, it's not something I'd recommend somebody to do because that would be mixing. I highly caution against it. But I've always wondered if it can help regulate somebody's nervous system. But what I get about benzodiazepines and why they are dangerous is that they injure the brain. Like the more you take them, the more injury you're getting to the brain. And when you get off of them, especially if you do it cold turkey, it can be so bad. But follow Dr. Jose. He will help you kind of, you will see his videos and they'll direct you on where you can get communities of people on benzos who are trying to get off of them, um, and what they are doing. Yeah. If women don't owe me anything, then I don't owe women anything when war breaks out. If you decide to go to war, you go to war, right? That's on you. That's on your mental health. Ask veterans. Veterans go to war and they come back and they figure out people don't think they owe them anything. And they have gone to war and fought for their country, and still they're treated like shit when they come back here because all people wanted was a peaceful environment for them to do business. Okay? And then they don't care about you. In this life, nobody owes you anything, even love. And then Mr. Vancouver, we are now going to recommend Zopoclone or anything to anybody. If it's a benzo or those pain meds, no. Cyclides, make the absolute decision that you do not associate with something in order to quit something. Once you no longer associate a drug, don't attach it to your character. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of people do get attached to their medication. You will hear them say my meds, my drugs, my like they really attach. I think the one of the best ways to detach from them is to stop, to drop the word my and say the Zopiclone, the benzodiazepine, the medicine the doctor gave me is not mine. Okay, you detach yourself from it. As long as you associate your identity with something, it becomes attached to your perception of yourself, your character. Quitting and disposing of that connection. Yes, you gotta do it. You have to unpair yourself and your identity with the medicine that you're trying to quit. Like, it's not my drug, it's the medicine out there. You know how, like, when that a man has cheated on a woman, had a relationship with a mistress, like Clinton, when he had an affair with Monica Lewinsky. He psychologically wanted to detach himself from Monica Lewinsky, and he says, that woman, I have nothing to do with that woman, right? Like, that woman, when you say the word that, is like you're trying to detach and put some space between something, right? Psychologically, you have to do that. You have to detach, like, that and me, we are not together. Okay, you gotta do it psychologically too. Thanks for the recommendation of Dr. Jose. Sorry, I don't even know your name. My name is Kanini. You can call me Monica. Uh, and I just subscribed. You seem lovely and kind. Thank you so much. Hit that subscribe button. Most people love in order to fill a void. Finding a healed person is quite difficult living on a zombie apocalypse. Oh, yeah. We all want something, and you're going to be disappointed in life if you're looking for people to love you. Look for people to love. Okay, look for people to love. Don't look for people to love you. Always have your self-love ready for yourself. Okay, you should be happy that you love yourself. You're looking to love somebody. This is why you go. You don't go to find love. You go to find somebody to love. Okay, because you want, in your love life, you want your love life to show you how to be a more loving person. That is the dharma, right, of falling in love. The dharma of falling in love is not to get loved by somebody, because that is very selfish. You already, like, love yourself, right? The dharma is finding somebody to love, right? That's the dharma. That is why you're single. Because if you see a woman that you don't like, maybe if you loved her, you would like her, you know? Maybe she seems funny, maybe she doesn't dress like your style, but that's the challenge. The challenge now becomes, can you love her? Can you love her? Can you see good things in her? Can you convince her that she is wonderful and she is lovable just as she is? Can you do that? Actually, you can synthesize LSD from heavenly blue morning glories. It exists in a form of LSA. So the leaves of morning glories, they have LSD. Uh, it exists in a form of LSA, which is concentrated. When concentrated becomes LSD. LSA is a weaker form of LSD. So what are you saying? I get the blue morning glory leaves. They have LSA. How do I turn them into LSD? You know, I'll Google that and I'll create a small little lab here at home. And I'll do it. Yeah. You know, I Googled how to make DMT. I'm not going to say whether I did it or not, but it's like you can actually do it at home. You can end up with seizures after coming off of benzos. Benzos, yeah. Even worse, I heard somebody say that when they were coming off of the benzos, they felt like their whole body was on fire. Like fire, like they feel like their whole body is on fire, and then they have like all these suicidal thoughts that they were really wrestling with the will to live. Like that one guy who was wrestling so much with the will to die, shot himself. uh yeah. And I think yeah, between 2014, 2016, 2017, a lot of people died from trying to come off of the benzos, and the doctors were gaslighting the patients, because the patients would come and tell them they are going through all these like benzodiazepine trauma, you know, injuries, and the doctors would gaslight them. They would make them feel like you don't know what you're talking about. This is the best medicine since sliced bread, you know. But now that people formed communities and they are talking, and you know, it's clear that the benzos have injured their brains. Um, it's hard to know whether Big Pharma is going to take responsibility for that. Ayahuasca is the best DMT. I don't know about ayahuasca. I made the ayahuasca tea one time and I did not like the experience. First of all, it tasted bad, very terrible. And honestly, it felt like dye. It felt like it felt like dye, you know, like I didn't like the ayahuasca experience. I mean, I followed the recipe of making it the way other people make it. I'll never try that shit again. I just got into a very, very weird place. Like, well, it is like a drink, right? You can also make psychedelic therapy a ritual if you wanted to. It was, first of all, it was very hard to get it through, to get it down. Terrible. Fair enough. No pain, no gain. Fair enough. It is terrible, God. The things people go through. That shit terrible. Man. to take it, to let it go down, man. Even I don't like, honestly, even I don't like DMT. I don't like to smoke it. That shit, before, it feels like you're being choked to get this thing inside your lungs. I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like it. But you know what? The fact that medicine is not help, like the fact that you cannot, the fact that medicine is not the answer, right? Like medicine is part of the, like good medicine, like ayahuasca, DMT, like psilocybin, is just a little part of the problem, right? When it comes to your mental health, a belief in God is also solid, right? Helps you fortify your mental health. That's another thing, right? Good habits like self-care, running, learning how to breathe, learning how to meditate, those ones, solid, right? Like good choices, like I always say, good choices like food, you know, like dropping some foods out of your diet, bringing some vitamins into your diet, stuff like that, solid. Number one, I always say, have good friends. As much as I say block people who are bad out of your life, I always insist, right? Have friends, have a tribe, because the number one cause of mental health disorders and mental health problems is loneliness, right? Loneliness is the leading, right? So always have your tribe of supportive people in your life. So mental health is not just one thing. If a pill could solve your problems, we could have invented one pill that can solve your problems. But the problem is that's not mental health. Mental health, you have to not only understand what's happening inside of you, you also have to understand your environment and how to cope with the stressors in your environment so that they don't keep you in survival mode all the time, and also developing some resilience towards it, towards life, and some wisdom, growing, like all these things. You will need all these tools for your mental health to go to be in a better place. um I mean, there are lots out there. I don't know anyone, but you know, like if there are mushrooms here, there'll be mushrooms there. Like if there are trees, I know there are trees in Africa that are psychedelic. Um, there's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of, like anywhere you go around the world, there will be psychedelics, and that information is also on the internet. This is why I love the internet, right? Because if you want to heal, you will get information, and you will get good information if you utilize the library. Learn, there's lots of books on on Amazon, right? But it's not only about using LSD, drugs, whatever, because I'm telling you, that will not solve your problems. Like there are things that, like, you have to change your behavior. Stop sleeping around, stop drinking alcohol, stop being in an environment where people are always fighting and debating and arguing. Like, stop putting your body in a survival state. Eat healthy, nutrient dense foods so you're not starving your cells, because if you starve your cells, you put your whole nervous system into survival mode. Now you're having anxiety, you're having depression, you cannot sleep. It keeps going on and on and on, and you're not understanding, like, it's not one thing, it's a whole lifestyle that needs an overhaul. And this is what, like, I like to make it clear and open to everybody, because it's not about trying to become a perfect person. There's a lot of people in a self-development industry. They want to make you feel like there is something wrong with you, right? That you need to become this perfect person. No, it's not. There's nothing wrong with you. You don't need to become a perfect person. You just need to know how to manage your nervous system, and then you will feel good, because all you want to feel is feel good, right? Then you need to know how the body responds. If you keep doing things that put you in survival mode, then you will not feel good. If you keep going to your dating sites and swiping and swiping and swiping and thinking, I hate this person, I hate this person, I even don't like this person, Bronco, Broco, right? How's that helping your life? Okay, I would say swipe right, swipe everybody. You like everybody, talk to as many people as you want, go on as many dates as you want. You know, you meet somebody. Use the winning formula. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. You guys, tell me something. Tell me something. I'm waiting for you guys to talk so that I can talk. Safety first. Sick ladies. I love it. You know, your body has to feel safe. Your body has to feel safe. That is the most important thing. Like, if you can get anything from what I'm saying, is if you want happiness and if you want to start very good in your mental health journey, you need to feel safe, because your body understands safety and survival mode. That is what it understands. If you're in a work environment and your boss is screaming and being impatient and doing all that, the switch goes off and your body starts to feel that it's unsafe. And you want to fight your boss, you want to be rude, you want to bang things, you want to behave the way you usually should behave in a survival mode, right? But then this is your work environment and your survival is hinged on it. And so if you're not able to express that pain, it goes into a bucket called trauma that you will have to deal with. That is why I say you need to be in a habit. If you know you are in a work environment that's stressful, you really have to be in a habit where you work out every day. Otherwise, you're going to really burn out, because all these emotions are going to overwhelm you. Safety first. Your nervous system understands survival and safety. And you need to be psychologically safe. Emotionally, you need to feel safe around people. Proco, if you're going out to date and you're looking for somebody to be with, look for a woman who makes you feel psychologically safe first, right? A woman who makes you feel psychologically safe, you will know by how she laughs, you will know by how she giggles, you will know by you will know, by how she talks to you, by the things that she's interested in. You're looking for psychological safety. But some of you men, you're only looking for beauty, outside beauty. If she's beautiful, you're hoping to change her. What if she's in survival mode? Then you need to make her feel safe. This is just common sense. I'm trying to teach you guys when it comes to mental health, right? These people are not behaving bad. These people are not bad people, Proco. If a woman is in survival mode, she will behave like she's in survival mode. She's not gonna be nice unless you make her feel safe with you. Then she is going to be nice to you. Okay? Safe, making a woman feel safe is not trying to have sex with her after 2 or 3 dates. Okay? If you want to have a woman feel safe with you, develop a relationship with her. Okay? When you're ready to marry her, then marry her and then have sex with her. That is you being safe to women out there. Okay? But most of you, you want to have sex with women before marriage. You're the ones in survival mode. You're the ones doing the wrong thing. So change yourself first, and the world around you will become good. Um, there's a reason they are not nice to you, because you are not safe to be around. Because already I can tell that your energy, you want to be mean to women and you expect them to be nice to you. It's never going to happen to you. You're going to be a loser. Uh, the DMT laser experiment phenomenon seems interesting. God bless you all here. See you soon. See you soon, Taha. Layers of perceptions talked. Yep. Devin Joroge. Yeah, that's true. That's why, for example, military life exercise is a solution to everything. Yeah, because you're mimicking the stress response the way animals do it out there in the jungle, right? They run when they're faced by danger, and they burn out that adrenaline and cortisol out of their system, and then they get the painkiller, the natural endorphins. Natural, if you're looking for pain medication, your body can produce endorphins, which are natural painkillers. And natural painkillers, emotional pain is like physical pain. So when your body is producing natural endorphins, it's helping heal you emotionally and physically from pain. But this is coming naturally when you exercise and you go beast mode. I'm not saying you just kind of like lift a few weights here and then you're expecting endorphins to kick in. That is why I'm saying go for a 12-mile run and trigger your endorphins, and then have a good night's sleep and reset your system in a natural way, because you want to feel safe, right? And reset your nervous system. That is how to regulate it in a natural way. We'll keep saying this because we want you to do things the natural way. As much as I tell you to heal deep trauma with psychedelics, it's not a way to regulate every day. Every day you have to regulate with breathing, with meditation, with exercise, with eating well, with having good company. That's your front line of defense. Yeah, with steadfast resilience, the word of God, all that. Like, that's your frontline defense for mental health. Okay? And also with good behavior that doesn't traumatize you. If you've done behavior that traumatized you, don't do it again, okay? If you went into the army and it traumatized you, don't go there again. Right? Choose careers that don't traumatize you. A lot of men, they choose careers in law enforcement that mess up your nervous system. They get all these nervous tics and neurotics after some time. A lot of psychiatrists commit suicide because they're not able to help, right? you know, people who work in a like sex work, they get traumatized and they get sick. So don't get into those, right? Like, I mean, it's common sense, right? Don't do things that are going to traumatize you. Don't pick work that's going to traumatize you, because you will have to heal from that shit. um any work that causes you to kill other people, don't take that work, you know. If you're going to go and unalive people, don't do that job, right? There's a reason the Bible tells you do not murder or stuff like that, because it fucks up with your mental health. I don't do that shit. Don't have them pay you to do their dirty work. If they want somebody dead, let them do it for themselves. Don't let them use you for their dirty work. Don't let them use your nervous system to do something terrible, because you cannot take that back. I'm from Kenya. Oh, you write ebooks? Ghostwriter, how much do you charge? I need to do my post-traumatic course. I did videos of them, and now I want to do all those subtitles, like the transcripts. I want to change, I want to get those transcripts into a book. Yeah, maybe I can write a transcript. um Write me an email on reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com. I'm not promising you any business. Maybe when I transcribe my videos, I can. They probably will use some, you know, maybe they'll, I would want somebody to use to add graphics, into it. Yeah, write me, shoot me an email at reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com. I'm trying to get my post-traumatic bliss, Monica at post-traumatic bliss email going. I don't know why GoDaddy is giving me a hard time. I keep my ears open for recognition of genuinely beautiful minds. I like your contributions here, Sickly D's. Like, honestly, um, yeah, like there are people like you on this channel who help a lot of people by great insights, great information. And I am very, very happy that you're here, that people are learning about this mental health environment that we live in. Yeah. And I know I'm kind of sleepy. Yeah, like we are learning about the environment of mental health, things to do, things not to do, how to protect yourself, how to put up boundaries, how to create an environment that supports you emotionally. That is the biggest thing. If you can get anything from what I'm saying, an environment that supports you emotionally is going to be the best. The best thing that you can do. So. Anyway, I think we have done a good job today. I'm going to end this session right here. Let me see what David Njoroge is saying. True, I can advocate military life. One of the biggest challenges is controlling emotions and reaction. It comes with perks like travel and respect, but the hidden battles are many. You know, they have to sell that idea of you going into the army and into the military life, because who would just want to go? Like, who would just want to go? But the rich, the very rich people, they would not send their kids. You know, they sell you this idea, you're fighting for your country and your nation. They will not send their kids. They will not send their children, because they know what that life entails. It's going to change you. By the time you come out of there, you will be a whole different person from the person who went in, and it will not be the better version of you. Because when you live in an environment where you fear that somebody is going to take your life, you fear that you might be ambushed, you fear that you may be maimed, you know, like you have to always be on alert. Like in survival mode, you always to be on high alert, and that affects your whole entire nervous system, you know, to always be on the lookout for danger. It's not a safe environment. And when you stay in chronic stress, we always say stress is good in small doses, but chronic stress is not good for you. Chronic stress is what kills people, right? And chronic stress becomes trauma very quickly. That's what kills people. That is what fucks up people's nervous systems, and their entire mental health. And that's the reason why when I tell people to understand mental health, I'm not talking about a chemical imbalance. I want them to understand their entire nervous system, the way the nervous system interacts and works. Sandam Rajan, thanks. I saw your email. Is the whole nervous, okay, for example, let's talk about like your thoughts, right? The thing with animals and humans, we are very different. If today a gazelle is chased by a lion and it escapes the lion, it's not going to wonder tomorrow about the experience that it had with the lion. It's not going to remember that experience, because animals don't have that memory. They don't remember things. They don't remember traumas. They don't store them anywhere. The gazelle lives in the present day moment all the time, right? It doesn't remember trauma. But human beings, we have memory and we remember things. So you could be out of the war and you left that war like 2 weeks, 4 months, 6 months ago, but you're still remembering what you went through, and it comes back and then it puts you back into survival mode again, right? And because we have a memory, it'll trigger you back into the same environment, the same shit over and over and over. And you thought like, hey, I thought I escaped that environment. I thought like it was gone. But guess what? Your nervous system remembers. And then when it remembers, it triggers the same stress chemicals into your system, the same adrenaline into your system. And that's why you find that a lot of people in the military are not able to cope, because when they come back, they still think that sometimes they are there, and they enact even this process if they are completely very, very traumatized. Is that worth the price? Is not worth it. For me, it's not worth it. Let's all pray for peace and tell the governments of every country that we just want peace. Okay, we can do, you know, if you're in America, you don't really have to take oil from, you don't have to steal oil from Iran. You can trade with them peacefully without anybody going to war, without anybody getting fucked up in the head and in their nervous system, without any person having to lose their family member, their son, their dad, we can do without this shit. We don't have to go to war with anybody. Okay? And once you understand this, you will advocate for peace. You will naturally advocate for peace. We don't need any more wars. We can work together and build a beautiful planet where we all work together without fighting each other. Why are we fighting each other? We should be more civilized than this. There is more to us than the nervous system. Consciousness and the divine spark is what separates us from other life forms. KDP writer, you've reached out to me. Let me check my emails. Awesome. Yeah, as I wrote back, I do graphic work. I'm an artist. Sickly D. Like, what do you do, like, as an artist? Hey, and guys, like, if you see people here who have something that they are doing and you need their services, you know, reach out to them, because, you know, in this economy, we gotta work together, right? We gotta work together with people in our networks, right? We all know that the war is stupid, yet more are still complicit by feeding the system that profits from the war. You can say that 1,000,000,000 times, Proko, right? The war is so stupid and people are so sold into it. And sometimes I wonder, like, when will human beings open this prefrontal cortex and actually think? Because it's not that hard. It's not really. Think about it. It's not that hard. Right? Like, if you're God, even God tells you, like, a good leader promotes peace, a bad leader brings in war and chaos. That's the book of Proverbs. Not that hard to figure out why God would want us to live in peace than in war, because our whole entire nervous system is wired so that we can either live in survival or we live in safety. We can either choose one way to go. Why do people always choose chaos when we can create a good world where we can thrive in happiness instead of thriving in survival? We are the one creating that life. It's not God making it impossible for us. We are the ones choosing survival mode over working together, over living in harmony. We are the ones choosing fear over love. We do that all the time. We choose survival over safety over and over and over. Human beings have nothing else to blame but their own stupidity. We haven't evolved much. We haven't evolved much. You know, other animals still behave more intelligently than us. And we are the ones with the higher brain, right? We still behave from survival, even if we have the capability of living from a higher mind. Okay, so what kind of media? Like, do you do like thumbnails? Do you do like, what do you do? Eric Holiday is lucky to win my heart. Lucky you, I guess. Lucky you. Lucky you. Hey, today we're getting 110 likes. I tell you, this show is on fire. Yeah, the world we live in is beautiful. We can make it more beautiful, or we can destroy this planet with bombs, with missiles, with nuclear. You know, we can do that shit. Um, uh, because we fail to love each other. We use religion to break each other down. This is all survival tactics. Do not let people put you into a lesser human being by making you hate other people. Hate is survival mode. You know, don't be in survival mode. Yep. Yeah, so if you guys want to reach out to me at reshapingyouroutlook@gmail.com, reach out to me. If you're looking to take a class called Post-Traumatic Bliss with me, I am going to show you how the brain works, your nervous system, how it works, and the best way to reset it. And a lot of things that I talk to you here, but my class goes much deeper. Much deeper. It goes into relationships. I think, Proco, you should take that class because it will teach you about the attachment style. It makes me think that you definitely, Proco, have an insecure attachment style, right? I think, Proco, you should get the book by Amir Levine called Attached, and maybe it can help you do some exercises there so you can figure your attachment style. You seem to have an insecure attachment style. I am not able to pinpoint, you know, what it is. I don't know if you're just an anxious person, or you're anxious avoidant, or you're disorganized. I'm thinking you're probably a disorganized, anxious, and like you have I think you have a disorganized attachment style, and that is why you hate women sometimes. You want to be with a woman, but you have taught to hate a woman, and you cannot attract that which you hate, right? So there is also misalignment there. You have to define what kind of a woman you want to attract, right? And the kind of woman you don't have to attract. Look, not everybody can move with you, okay? Not everybody can be attracted to you. Like, for example, for me, I know that if you're MAGA, I cannot date you. It's not that there is anything, but our political beliefs do not align, and I don't want us to argue and fight in the house. So I'd rather you date somebody else that has your same political views. But if you voted for Trump or you're MAGA, I'm sorry, I just know that we cannot align, right? This cannot be a marriage made in heaven. It will never be, right? That said, I don't hate MAGA. I just know it's not my preference. I don't go about saying how I hate them on the dating app. I just say, like, if you are MAGA, don't, right? The same way I would not date somebody who believes the earth is flat, okay? If you believe the earth is flat, I cannot date you. Not that I hate you, and I don't have anything against you, You don't make me angry whatsoever or in any way. I just cannot date somebody who believes the earth is flat. It's just the way it goes, right? So you don't have to hate. You just have to know like what kind of a person you want to date, right? Like you just want to know, I want somebody who has a college degree. I want somebody who believes in God. I want somebody who has studied mental health or has started their self-healing journey or is in their self-healing journey. Like I want somebody who is financially independent, don't want to depend on me. I want somebody who is kind and generous, right? Like those are the things that I'm looking for. Go look for, write down the things that you want, right? And meditate on them, ask God for them, and trust that God will deliver, right? And don't be angry because God does not like hateful people. If you hate, you're not aligning yourself in the energy of the universe to get you, or even the energy of God to get you what you deserve. You will just miss it. You need a star chosen heart to love you back. God is respect and love, not religion. I agree with you. Exploring psychology is a bit like determining whether you are a Jedi or a Sith. I don't know what you're talking about. Most movies are references to what is very much the same story. Psychology seems to reign supreme. I am not a fighter. What is a lover? Shaba goosebumps. Love God, don't press the flash, but respect life. Right? I mean, psychology is number one. But for me, I don't want you to think so much. I mean, if you want to go into psychology, like the strongest psychology that you can have is that psychology of a stoic. Like stoicism can really help you have that psychology. But what I teach here, I teach how to wire your nervous system. For me, I teach about the nervous system and understanding the states of your nervous system and your mental health in general. Um, Whatever psychology you develop, I hope you develop a psychology that supports your nervous system and keeps it in safety. Like you bring in a psychology that makes you feel safe so that your nervous system stays in balance, so that you also stay in balance. Like I want you to be your own gatekeeper, your own what do you call it, caretaker, right? You understand your nervous system and you understand when it's out of balance, out of alignment in survival, when it's out of survival. I want you to understand that and understand the things that can make you feel safe. Maybe that day you need to pray to God. Maybe you need to sing. Maybe you need to go for a walk. Maybe you need to run. Maybe you kind of start thinking about what have I now done this week? Maybe I didn't run. Maybe, you kind of start understanding your nervous system and the rhythm that it moves with and understanding like how to shift from one plane to another. Like when you're feeling anxious, maybe you need to meditate, or you need to meditate. Then you do that, you shift yourself back. Or maybe you need to do some breathing meditation, you shift yourself back. Maybe you need to go to a yoga class like I do, you shift yourself back. Maybe you're feeling fearful or unsure about yourself and you don't want to do anything. Maybe you need to go for a run. You kind of understand that to shift and regulate your nervous system. This is what I'm talking about, mental health. You're the one doing the upkeep. You're the one doing the upkeep of your nervous system. You're the one training it. You're the one protecting yourself from harm, from going into jobs that can traumatize you. Whether that is going to the, like law enforcement can traumatize you, sex work can traumatize you, being a psychiatrist can traumatize you. You know, you gotta figure out, like, in the long run, this job that I'm taking, do people commit suicide a lot in this job? You know, ask yourself that. Do people commit the do people end up feeling good about themselves in this job? Like, you gotta ask yourself those things, right? And then figure out your life. So anyway, let's do the blessing. Let's do the blessing, and then we'll end this live chat. um, May you be happy and live with a joyful heart, and may you be healthy and strong and live with a body that gives you energy. And may you be safe and protected from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may you live with the ease that comes with well-being. May you live with the ease that comes with well-being. My hope for you is that you live feeling safe and secure, and that you live with the ease of well-being, that you stay in your parasympathetic nervous system in homeostasis, in balance, where everything good grows, because it all starts there. When you learn to put your nervous system in a way that feels safe, your life starts making a lot of sense and you start healing. That is where healing will begin. So, all the blessings. Anthony Bellamy, thank you so much. Hoop T West, thank you so much. Terry Kidd, thank you so much. Love you, love you. Cyclides, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I might come tomorrow morning and go live with you guys. I always love seeing you guys. But Monday through Friday, I have a very tight routine, because I wake up and I work out, then I go to work, and then I work out again. So I might do a live tomorrow evening, like around 7:30 Pacific time, 7:30 p.m. at night Pacific time. Yeah, I'm in California, so I work in Pacific time. So in the morning I wake up, I do my exercise, my routines, I go to work, then I go work out again, and then I come back and I do my live in the evening for like 2 hours before I go to bed. So I'll see you tomorrow evening. I love you. Thanks so much. Thank you all. And yeah, if you want coaching, make sure you email me at reshapingyouroutlook@posttraumaticbliss.com. We can go through the post-traumatic bliss class, and I hope that it blesses you. I promise you, if you don't have any, you want to improve your emotional intelligence, you want to have confidence in your life, you want to know how to attack your long-term goals, I'm going to make you super dangerous. So thank you so much. See you next time, and God bless you.